The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you be so kind as to stand. And in our tradition, we always start with prayer. And today's chaplain is Rabbi Ariel Leach Rosenberg from Shir Tikva congregation. And following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The rabbi today is the proud rabbi of Senator Westland.
Good afternoon. What an honor to be here. This beautiful spring day, I want to bless the concrete nuts and bolts of your work, the unexpected surprises, and the humdrum aspects of your work, the ways that the accumulation of relationships and learning, courage and humility make your work possible. In Hebrew, the word for work is avodah, which holds within it a cluster of meanings: work and labor, cultivation and sacred service. Avodah is the manual work needed to plant a field, and it's the divine service of a temple priest. It is both a job and it is prayerful worship. It is also the word for attendance, for showing up. So I want to offer this understanding of work of avodah to you today as a blessing, that the labor of your communal life be transformed into sacred service of making this world a better and more whole place. In the moments when you might feel tired or disoriented, may you remember that your avodah, your sacred service, might be as concrete as simply showing up and paying attention to what is being asked of you. Ribono shel olam, creator of all life, bless those assembled, guide them in their sacred avodah, their labor and community service. May they lead with generosity, with the urge to bridge across difference, to listen to those most marginalized, to dedicate their labors for peace. May they be guided in their avodah, their sacred service, with wisdom, humility, and care. Let us say, Amen.
Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. Members, the following members intend to vote from a remote location pursuant to Rule 40.7. Senator Anderson, Senator Draheim, Senator Diedzik, Senator Housley, Senator Lang, Senator McEwen, Senator Miller, Senator Port, Senator Utke, and Senator Weber. If you'd like to follow along with me, I am reading from today's Senate agenda, which is dated Thursday, April 11th, 2024. We will begin with the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communication was received. Please make note of it, as no action is required. Members, we will now proceed to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted with the exception of the reports pertaining to Joint Rule 2.03.
On that motion, All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now go to the sixth order of business. Second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 4784, 3496, and 4429.
Members, the Senate files have been given their second reading. We will now proceed to the seventh order of business. Second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file numbers.
House file numbers 3631 and 4772.
The House files have been given their second reading. Members, we'll now proceed to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. We will now proceed to the ninth order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, I will now call on individual senators for a motion. Senator Frentz, he is not present, or at least in the chambers. I will now go to Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I move that the appointments withdraw from the Committee on Environment, Climate, and Legacy and place on the confirmation calendar under Senate Rule 8.2, reported in the Journal for March 25th, 2024, to be returned to the committee from which they were withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hur. Members, the motion before you is that Senator Hur moves that the appointments withdrawn from the Committee on Environment, Climate, and Legacy and placed on the confirmation calendar under Senate Rule 8.2, reported to the Journal for March 25th, 2024, be returned to the committee from which they were withdrawn. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. It appears that we now have Senator Friends who decided to join us. Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. I move that Senate File 4942 be withdrawn from the Committee on State and Local Government and Veterans and re-referred to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, Environment, and Climate. I have verified with the chair of both committees, including myself, that it's agreeable to them. I would ask the chamber to support that, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friends. Senator Friends moves that Senate File number 4942 be withdrawn from the Committee on State and Local Governments and Veterans and re-referred to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, Environment, and Climate. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, Senate Resolution numbers 89 and 90 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Remember, no action is required. I will now call on Senator Murphy for a motion to take the House file off the table. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move to take House File 3454 from the table and refer it to the Committee on Rules and Administration for comparison with Senate File 4429, now on general orders.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, I call on Senator Murphy to designate today's special orders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. She is correct. The special orders list is on your desk, and we will take those bills in the order articulated on the special orders list. We will begin with Senate File number 3631. Senator Hur for your omnibus environmental bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate File 3631 is the 2024 Environment Policy Omnibus Bill. It's composed of policy items from the DNR, MPCA, the Board of Water and Soil Resources, or BOWSR, to update statutes for conservation district and the management of our sustainable forests and ecosystem, as well as to improve the agency business practices. The DNR provisions deal with electronic licensing systems, native prairie protection, Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, classifying forestry data, classifying the agency rulemaking authority, and minor game and fish technical changes. The MPCA items cover in this bill are the PCA feedlot changes, waste composition studies, and the Minnesota Resilience Community Act. For Bowser, the request policy items update the state statute governing soil and water conservation district and watershed district, as well as requiring the soil and water conservation district to hold public hearing. There are 3 non-agency proposals in this bill, and they are the digital proof of game and fish license by Senator Hoffman, requiring waste heat from wastewater by Senator McCune, and the shotgun zone repeal by Senator Kupak. To give a short rundown of the bill, Article 1 talks about DNR electronics licensing system. Article 2 is the Bowser policy language, and Article 3 carries the rest of the policy language for remaining items that mention. Senator, I ask for your support of this bill. I also had a technical amendment that I'd like to ask members to vote this into the omnibus bill. It's just a technical amendment, the A13 amendment.
Senator Hur offers the A13 amendment. The Secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Hur moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 89, line 20, after protecting, insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Hur to your A13 amendment.
Mr. President, the A13 amendment is just a technical change request by the DNR. As I mentioned, line 89, page 89, line 20, after protecting, insert restoring and enhancing fish and wildlife, and line 22 after the third Romanized form, insert fish and wildlife game, and line 22 on page 90, delete and the vice president, and delete R and insert is in terms of grammatical correction. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask members to support this, and then we can go on to the larger bill, omnibus bill. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion on the A13 Hur amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A13 is adopted. Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I want to initially thank Senator Hur and the members of the Environment Committee for their great work on this fantastic bill. I do want to point out one issue within it, and to address that issue, I'd like to offer the A7 amendment, please, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Putnam moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 100, delete Section 47. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Putnam to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the past few years, claims for elk depredation have increased significantly in the state of Minnesota. We got a lot of elk messing with a lot of farmers. And that has a particular consequence for me as chair of the Agriculture Committee, because the fund that pays farmers back for this depredation is within our jurisdiction and purview. So what we have before you right now is an amendment that is a compromise between the Cattlemen's Association and the DNR. The DNR language that's in there would allow, that's currently in there, would allow a significant increase in the deer herd for the sake of genetic diversity. This amendment, however, restricts that a little bit to a specific number, a certain number of population, to a level that is acceptable to our friends in the cattlemen's organizations. The other thing that's important in terms of context for this amendment is that we are still kind of figuring out what an ideal elk herd would be. And this amendment will be coupled with something that I am committed to doing in the Agriculture Finance Omnibus, which is to fund a study of the elk herd and the best way to management. That's the A7 amendment, Mr. President, and I ask for the support of the body.
Thank you, Senator Putnam. Senator Hur to the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's large jurisdiction here in our Senate body, and I know that the Committee on Agriculture and also the Committee on Environment sometimes intertwine very closely, more so than many other committees, and I appreciate Senator Putnam to find a solution so that we can avoid conflict, controversy on this bill. So thank you for that amendment. I will accept it as a friendly amendment.
Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I request a roll call on that amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the Putnam A7 amendment? Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do support this amendment. It's not exactly what I would have liked, but it is a good compromise. Everybody came to the table and worked on this, and it's going to give us some protections for our farmers and also allow the elk herds to grow. So I'd encourage people to vote yes.
Senator Abler. Any other discussion on the A7 amendment? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw my request for a roll call.
Roll call withdrawn. Any other discussion before we vote? Senator Putnam, you're the author. Any last words, or you're okay?
All good, Mr. President. Thank you.
All in favor of adoption of the A7 Putnam amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails, and the A7 amendment is adopted. Members, any other discussion on Senate File 3631? Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Kunis offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Members.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File number 3631 as follows. Page 100 after line 18, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Kunis, now to your A6 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, my amendment stems from bipartisan legislation. I bring forward to prohibit recreational wolf hunting and trapping in the state of Minnesota. The bill was before the Senate Environment Committee last April and was also debated in the Conference Committee this last session, and now it's time to bring this question before our body to vote. Wolves, like us, are highly intelligent, social, and pack-oriented animals. The random killing of one individual wolf can indirectly cause the deaths of other pack members through social chaos, loss of dependent offspring, and pack dissolution. Larger packs are more equipped to recover from the consequences of individual death, but packs in Minnesota include only 3.9 wolves on average and are less capable of recovering from the death of a family member. The last time wolves were trophy hunted and trapped in Minnesota, 923 wolves were killed in just 3 seasons, all for fun, for display, for their pelts, or for bragging rights. Given what we know now about pack dissolution and illegal killing, it is reasonable to assume even more wolves died. Wolf hunting is not just justified by science or ethics or Minnesota values. Wolves self-regulate their own populations, and killing them will not, and I want to repeat, will not reduce already rare conflicts with livestock or grow deer herds. Indeed, in the decades since the last open season in Minnesota, wolf population estimates have remained stable. So in short, conserving native wolves is crucial to protecting Minnesota's ecosystem and culture. Non-lethal conflict deterrence like physical barriers, smells, noises for livestock farms can help and do help prevent incidences. Deer or moose populations will not be negatively impacted by a prohibition on wolf trophy hunting and trapping. And as the national trend, it is suggested that it's global warming and environmental factors, the severe winters, not this last one, but the previous ones, that have had the impact on deer population. And it is really 25 to 35% of our moose die from brainworm, not from other reasons. Wolf hunting is never a legitimate way to manage wolves. It just does not make sense. Hunting quotas are meaningless because there's no controlled wolf killing. Hunting is no way to continue recovering wolves when their federal protections go away. So members, I ask you now to please vote yes on this amendment. Let's remove recreational wolf hunting, trapping, and snaring from Minnesota statute for good. And I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A6 amendment? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would Senator Kunish stand for a question?
Senator Kunis, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Weissenberg.
Senator Kunish, are you a wolf biologist?
Senator Kunis to the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question is, are you a wolf biologist? I believe that was the question. Is that correct, Senator Weissenberg? It is. That's the question.
No, Senator, Mr. President, I am not a wolf biologist.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a wolf biologist. So I guess we'll just get into it. I have been studying science my whole life. When I was 4 years old, I was watching the Discovery Channel and I was reading books about science. Going through college was the top of my science class. I got scholarships for understanding science and how our natural world works. So this isn't about killing. This is about wildlife management. So I do understand that some people don't want to do this, and that's fine. We're not forcing anybody to do this. But the wolves in Minnesota, they are an animal, and they are not currently being managed properly. And that's actually more dangerous for the wolves, which is what we need to educate people on and make you understand. But not having a season, it's more harmful for the wolves. We're getting to a point where the population isn't what the DNR says. So there's an imaginary line drawn kind of through the halfway mark of the state, and it goes through Little Falls and kind of goes to the northeast. And the DNR will say there's 2,900 wolves or whatever the number is in the wolf area. Well, that wolf area, that's not a lie. There are that amount of wolves in that area, but when you get south of that line, we're not telling you there's an extra 2,000 or 3,000 wolves down there. So we might say there's 2,900 here, but we're not telling you what's down there. So there's many wolves, and they are an issue with people who have pets, who have children, who have livestock. And actually, so over the last, probably starting in December, I've been to 14 different meetings, and we're filling up auditoriums with 400 to 700 people that are being negatively impacted by the population of wolves in Minnesota. Nobody wants to see the wolves eradicated. I don't want to see the wolves eradicated. They are natural. They need to be here. But as in anything, biologists, scientists understand how to make these populations come back so well that eventually they get above carrying capacity. So when you get above carrying capacity, they start doing things like attacking dogs and eating dogs. They start attacking cattle and eating cattle. They start attacking each other and eating each other. I've got literally every day, because people know I'm listening, people are sending me emails and pictures of wolves eating each other, and that's really bad, because that means they're starving. We've got wolves going through the middle of Ely and Tower and towns in northern Minnesota during the day. People are afraid to go outside. I have a friend, her name's Addie. She lives in Grand Rapids, and she lives in a trailer, and her dog's name is Minnie. And Minnie's afraid to go outside to even go to the bathroom. Now, this is her pet, which I assume everybody regards their pets as part of their family. Now, her dog was chased by wolves and won't even go outside by itself for the last 5 months now. Addie's afraid to go outside in her own. She lives in the woods by herself in a trailer. She's got trail cam pictures of wolves around her trailer like every night. She's afraid to go outside, and we can't do anything about it. We need to be able to live comfortably in our environment, and we are part of the environment. We don't just live in houses and not go anywhere. I've been in the woods and outdoors my entire life. So I started working at Camp Ripley in 2001, and I've studied wolves for 18 years. And all the wolf biologists that I work with agree that we need to properly manage the season. We do not want to see wolves eradicated, but there is an issue when the numbers get too high and they're not properly managed. Besides killing themselves and harming farmers, which we've lost over 200 cattle farmers since the year 2000 because of wolves. We have cattle farmers that have either quit farming or they've left the state. And you might be told that they're reimbursed, but they're not. Maybe 1 in 10 cows that are killed or horses, which you'll see some pictures in a little bit. Why don't you just hand those out now as long as we're talking about it? Thank you. So there's actually a guy in my district, his horse was just attacked by a wolf last week, and his horse just died yesterday. He was at that time told that the DNR wasn't going to do anything about it, so now his horse is dead. He's also a cattle farmer. He's lost many cattle to wolves, and it's not just him. This is every person who has cattle in the state of Minnesota has lost cattle to wolves. Now, we don't want to just eradicate the wolves. That's wrong, and we shouldn't do it. If there was only 300 wolves in the state of Minnesota, I would say we can't have a season. We need to bring the numbers back up. But that's not where we are right now. They're not being managed properly, and having a season isn't trophy hunting. Maybe people are doing that, but these are animals that need to be managed, and they're hurting people. I got pictures coming around. There's one picture in there, and I have it labeled Senator Wiesenberg's house. That's my house. That's where my house is. I live a mile west of Little Falls. And I know what wolf tracks look like, and I know what wolf scat looks like because I've worked with wolves for 20 years, and I've probably dissected thousands of piles of wolf scat. So I understand what wolf scat looks like. I know what the tracks looks like. I know what I'm talking about. So that dot is where my house is. Where it says wolf tracks and scat, that's a trail, and my kids have a fort right there. So now I'm afraid to even let my kids go outside on my own property because I have wolves in my backyard, and it's not just me. That's anybody who lives in northern Minnesota. They have wolves around their house. They have wolves attacking their dogs. Or not attacking, they're killing their dogs. They're dismembering their dogs. And that's where we are right now. So nobody wants to see the wolves disappear. No one wants to just kill them for fun. It is an issue, and we need to manage these animals properly. So there's a picture in here. It's labeled blood. So this is a wolf chased a deer into this person's yard. And this deer went up by this person's house. And as the wolves were killing this deer, the blood splattered on the side of this person's house. Now that blood is right next to a doorway. What happens if a little kid steps outside when there's a wolf there killing this deer? Is this wolf going to kill this child? This is an issue, and it is a problem. We can't wait for someone to die before we start managing wolves. It's not, like I said the other day in committee, this isn't an agenda. This is science. We have to do what the science says. The science says there is an issue and we need to take care of it. We have blood on the side of people's houses, and the wolves have lost their fear of humans. There's a picture in there. It's kind of a grainy one. It says logging camp. This was this year in February. There was a wolf that ran through a logging camp, and the guy took a video of this. Now, probably in the 1990s, I remember deer hunting. I wasn't able to deer hunt yet, or maybe I was. My dad was walking through the woods, and he was sitting in his deer stand, and the wolf came across his tracks and smelt his tracks and took off running because they were so fearful of people. Now we've got wolves running through a deer camp, or a logging camp. This guy took a video of this. This wolf killed this deer 10 feet away from this guy while he was videotaping it. No fear of humans at all. He's standing there. The wolf's killing a deer right in front of him. He videotaped it, and it started eating the deer. Now, they've lost their fear of humans. It's only a matter of time before someone's going to get killed, and we can't allow that. We need to realize that we do live, and we have the right to live, and we have the right to protect ourselves and our property. I've got some pictures of, these are recent calves, goats. That horse is the one that just died yesterday in my district, the same guy that's losing cattle. Cattle farmers, when they go to get reimbursed, the DNR does everything basically it can to not reimburse cattle farmers, and it's an issue. Like I said, maybe 1 in 10 people are getting reimbursed for their cattle being killed. I talked to a lady in Longville, and her and her husband lost at least 10 calves last year, but they only got reimbursed $400 for one. The DNR will wait till the calves or the cows are at their lowest point, and that's when they'll pay people. So in June, they're going to give you $400 for your calf, when right now in December and January, they're selling for $2,000 to $3,000. That's what they should be getting. And when your cow is dying, you might have a pregnant female cow with lineage that's worth who knows how much money to that farmer. Now, when that cow dies, these calves will not be born into the future. So rather than helping these people, we're hurting these people. The state of California set aside $3 million for wolf depredation. Minnesota, I think, has a couple $100,000. The state of California has 45 timber wolves in the whole state, and the state of California decided we're going to set $3 million aside to help out farmers. So if the state of California did that, we should be setting aside $400 million to help out farmers. This is an issue, and it's not going away. There's a dog here. It's a happy dog. That's Minnie. That's the dog that's afraid to go outside. She's an Alaskan Malamute. And she's so afraid of the wolves, she won't go outside to pee by herself, even in the daytime. She won't leave her house. And this is just one instance I'm talking about. This is not just her. It's many pet owners are having this issue. Here's one, Romeo. Romeo was killed by wolves. And you know what is a dog worth? To the state, maybe it's $200. To the person who loses a pet, that dog is everything. That's their family member. These are family members. So we're saying, let's ignore it. Let's not have a wolf season. We need to do this because people are being hurt. That's the reality. And as a matter of fact, Mr. President, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is dropping suits right now at the federal level. I've been working with people at the federal level to have a wolf season in Minnesota. They're dropping suits because they know it's an issue and they want the states to take care of the issue on their own, because this is an increasing problem and they know it, and we have to stop putting philosophy over science. I got involved in science because I like to share, educate people, and we're just ignoring the science, we're ignoring the education, and we say we don't care because it hurts my feelings. I get it. You don't have to hunt wolves, but they do have to be managed because people are getting hurt. There's really disgusting pictures in there about dogs. That's happening every day. I get pictures like this. People are losing their dogs every day in northern Minnesota. And if they live, they got hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars of vet bills that they can't afford to pay for. There's a wolf that's eating a deer on a road. That was just taken up by Duluth this weekend. This person drove up to this wolf eating a deer. This wolf has no fear of people. This wolf should be running away and should be afraid. There's a point in time where wolves are going to start attacking people and people are going to start getting killed. So we can't ignore this, and I don't want that to happen. That's why it's imperative that this amendment does not pass. We have to start managing wolves. And then we got there's a wolf running away from an elk. So there's so much, the wolves are, I guess, fat with joy in Yellowstone. They'll kill elk cows and they'll take the calves away and eat the calves, and they're not even eating the cow. So now they're eating the tender parts and they're not even eating the rest. I'll go to the study. There's 3 pieces of paper. This is put out by the Minnesota DNR when they were sharing factual information. So it says in the winter of 88 to 89, I'll go to the last page first. The Eastern Timber Wolf Recovery Plan was established to have between 1,200 and 1,400 wolves in the state of Minnesota by the year 2000. And that goal was met in the late 1980s in the state of Minnesota. So we met the federal recovery plan in the late 1980s. By 1997, 98, we already doubled that. We were at 2,500 wolves in the state. The DNR said that once we get to 2,000 wolves, there's going to be increased human, what does it say right here? There's going to be an increase in human-wolf interactions, and their negative interactions. So that was at the population of 2,000 wolves. We're at 5,000 to 6,000 wolves right now, and we're at an extra million people. So if we're at 4.5 million people in the year 2000, and 2,000 wolves was too many, now we're at 5.5 million or whatever it is, there's a million more people. That means we can't even have 2,000 wolves in the state before there's going to be an increased impact with people and wolves. We're at a point where we need to manage it. People need to follow the science, and that's where we are. They're doing this in other states. It's already out west. People are having wolf seasons because they have to be managed. People are getting hurt. And that's where we are. We cannot vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Members, we are on the A6 amendment. I'm going now to Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment before the body is an anti-science amendment. And I agree with the remarks that the senator from Little Falls made, where this amendment, if adopted, under no conditions could the DNR have a wolf hunt, even if the experts, the people who have monitored the population, know the science behind wildlife management, even if they came and said it would be good for the wolf population to have a wolf hunt, it would be good for Minnesota and our biological diversity to have a wolf hunt. If this amendment was adopted, Minnesota could not have a wolf hunt under any conditions, regardless of what the science said. When I've talked with local DNR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife experts in my area, they want to have the option of having a wolf hunt. They think a wolf hunt could be good for the wolf population and maintaining a healthy wolf population. Mr. President, I would ask members to reject this amendment. It flies in the face of science. It takes away a potential tool to have a healthy wolf population, to have a healthy deer population here in the state of Minnesota. And I think it's really important that on this issue that we follow the data, the information that the experts are giving us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a scientist myself, I do not think we should put forward arguments in the name of science that does not include all the science. And the actual science is that there are states that have had a data pre-wolf hunt and post-wolf hunt, and having the hunts disrupts the packs. And what that means, according to actual wildlife biologists who have studied pre- and post-hunt territories, is that if the leader of the pack is killed, or some of the stabilizing forces, that especially the younger members of the pack can split into smaller packs made up of younger animals. There is less related members of the pack, and that dynamic can actually cause them to become packs that are less complex, so to speak, and then they are more likely to do some of the hunting that is the very thing that some are arguing that we need this for. So they are more likely to go kill farm animals. They are more likely to approach humans for food once the packs have been destabilized by hunting. So I stand strongly in support of this amendment because I think it does follow not only what most Minnesotans that I have heard from around the state want, but also the science of needing to keep the packs stable so that they are not doing activities that are unintended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Before I go to the author of the amendment, I want to make sure that there's no other discussion. Senator Hochschild, and then I believe it was Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So I actually live in one of the districts that this wolf issue has become such a hot topic. And I want to say that this is not a new issue. This is an issue that has been going on for decades. I recently saw an article or a letter to the editor in the Mesabi Tribune that was from 1973. And if you read that article, you would think that it was talking about 2023. This issue has been going on forever, and this debate between the people that want to ban a wolf hunt and the people that want to require a wolf hunt immediately tomorrow without the DNR being involved and superseding the Endangered Species Act, and let's just do it. There are so many sides on this issue, and the truth is, let's let the DNR manage a wolf hunt when they see the need to do it. This has become such a partisan issue. It's dividing communities in my district. It's dividing people on something as simple as managing wildlife, which is what we have the DNR to do. So let's drop the issue, let's stop the fighting, and let's let the plan go into place. So I oppose this amendment. I oppose Senator Wiesenberg's other bill to require and overrule the Endangered Species Act. Let's just let this go and continue to debate the environmental policy bill. Thank you.
Members, I want to make sure I make a correction. The A6 amendment, the author is Senator Kunis. She'll be the last voice we hear before we vote. So with that being said, I'm going to Senator Hur and then to Senator Wiesenberg. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, thank you. I think the sign itself already tell us that that was the reason that the wolf is listed as an endangered species. So I know this is going to be a continued discussion forward, and I support the amendment that Senator Kunis brought forth. As a omnibus bill author, I would accept as a friendly amendment and also ask folks to vote for it and vote based on your district as well. The other part that perhaps it was a little noisy here, I didn't hear, but the value that I take into the wolf species is that it's also being honored and looked at as a spiritual figure, a spiritual icon in many of our indigenous community. So thank you for that.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm not rising here to fight, as Grant said. I'm rising here to share factual information. The DNR has had a wolf hunt in the past, and they did this because the science says we need to do it. There's no agenda. The science says we need to do it. The wolf has been delisted under the Endangered Species Act, and it's actually not even listed as endangered in Minnesota. It's listed as threatened. The Endangered Species Act is meant to bring species back from the brink of extinction so they do not disappear. I bet people wouldn't know that Canada geese were almost extinct back in the 1960s, and we brought them back, and now there's some areas you can shoot up to 10 Canada geese a day because there's so many of them. So the Endangered Species Act was put into place to bring these species back. Now, I used to work for the DNR. The reason I quit working for the DNR is because I was asked to do things that were not scientific. My boss, Heidi Wolf, she still works for the DNR, brought me something and said, we need to do this. Well, she brought it to my boss, and she said, we need to do this thing. And I said, why? Well, because the science says so. I said, well, can I see the report? And she said, well, actually, there isn't one. The commissioner of the DNR has admitted that the DNR is more political than science. That's not how, if you read what the DNR stands for, it's to use science to manage our state lands and minerals and wildlife. That's not happening. This is a debate about philosophy, not science. I'm not getting in an argument. I'm trying to share information, and people are plugging their ears. I've literally done this my whole life, and people just don't care and they don't want to hear about it. So this isn't, and I respect people saying they're scientists, but when you're talking about, you know, the wolf packs would be disrupted if we take out the alpha wolf. Well, the wolves have been getting harvested and shot and trapped in Minnesota for a very long time, and the packs continue to grow. If that were true, that would not be happening. They continue to grow. The wolf biologists that I work with for the state also agree. The DNR also agrees that we need to have a wolf season, and this needs to happen. So it is a conversation that we need to have. We don't need heavy overtones from people saying we can't talk about this. We need to talk about it, and for whatever reason, the DNR doesn't want to talk about it. So the winters, I will say yes, winters are hard on deer, but the one thing we can control is the wolf population. So if we have a bad winter and there's a whole bunch of wolves in the area, the deer just can't come back. So there are places up around Cook, Minnesota. Actually, I have a friend who has a cabin up there. They're selling their cabin. It's been bucks only up there for a long time because so many wolves are eating all the deer up there, and the deer don't have a chance to come back. Even when there's a good winter, there's too many wolves, and wolves don't just eat deer, they're eating other things. And if I'm going to talk about that, the Voyageurs Wolf Project, I've read through dozens of their reports. All this information you can find in papers from the 1960s. So we're spending millions of dollars kicking the can down the road for whatever reason, and we're saying, oh, wolves do this. We know that. I could tell you that. I've worked with them for 20 years. The information I'm reading, I can tell you. I have that in my filled notebooks. I have a stack of filled notebooks like this. I take notes every 15 minutes. When I'm working in the field for 20 years, I take notes every 15 minutes. I write down what the temperature is. I write down what the clouds are doing. I write down what way the wind's blowing. And I take these notes so I understand how the environment works. So I respect that everybody doesn't understand what I've been through, but this is my lived experience, and I understand wildlife, and this needs to happen. So the wolves are not endangered in Minnesota. They're considered threatened, and they have been taken off the endangered species list. The only reason they were put back on is because somebody that doesn't understand science sued, and they got put back on. They should not be there. We should be championing that. We should be happy that they were taken off because we've done so well. And by not allowing this to happen, you're hurting them. If the population continues to grow, they're going to get mange and they're all going to die. Which is that what you want to see? That's a disease that dogs get. And when there gets to be too many of them and they don't have enough food, they get sick and they die. Just like when anything is overpopulated, you get to a carrying capacity. That capacity overflows, and all these wolves are going to get hurt. So we need to manage them. I do agree we shouldn't adopt this amendment, but we do need to have a serious conversation. The DNR wolf management plan says once we get above 3,000 wolves, we might talk about having a season. And then it talks about having putting some group together and talking about wolves. We don't have to talk about it. We again and again and again, we know the science. We don't have to talk about it. I know you want me to quit talking, Mr. President, but this is important. We need to start managing them, and that's where we are. This is kicking the can down the road, and I'm afraid that we're not going to have a season. We don't need a group of people to get together to talk about it. We know that. We know what we have to do, and we're there. It has to happen. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment and before we vote? Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm not going to talk very long because I don't want to take away from what Senator Wiesenberg was talking when he made very good points. But there were some statements made that I do have to correct. There were some statements made that said that the wolf population is not affecting the deer or the moose. That's simply not true. There's articles and there's studies on this, and that one study does declare that 49% of the moose calves are taken within the first year by wolves, and so it's a devastating impact on wolves and the deer. I think the studies are still out, but they have been doing these studies for a couple of decades now, and they will tell you in these studies that the deer population moves up and down with the wolf population, and so it is absolutely impacting the moose and the deer in Minnesota. And so I just wanted to make that clear, and also to Senator Herr's comment on the Indigenous people. I happen to be one, and I talk to many people in my district, and for the record, for the people here, most of the people I talk to on the ground are not telling me that they want to preserve the wolf. They're more concerned about the fact that they're not seeing deer, which is a big part of their diet, and they would rather see the wolves managed and the deer population come back.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the A6th Amendment? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I wonder if the author of the amendment would yield.
Will you yield, Senator Kunesh? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Kunesh, could you give us an alternative to how we're going to manage the wolf population that's devastating livestock farmers and putting a lot of families in fear that live outside the metro? And what's your plan if we're going to ban hunting of the wolves?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the important thing to remember is that this amendment just repeals open season, random wolf hunting, and trapping. Nothing closes the door on working with the DNR on wolf management, including lethal control, if that is demonstrated as necessary. So my plan and my suggestion is to allow the DNR to do the work that they need. Our legislature meets every single year, and if there is, for some reason, an out-of-control population of wolves, then we would have that opportunity to address it. I don't think that that a recreational wolf hunt is really the answer for wolf management, because it doesn't help those livestock producers. In fact, wolf hunts have shown to increase wolf livestock conflicts, and those random killing disrupts the wolf packs, as we've heard. It creates new territories, scattering surviving wolves to search for new food resources, and thereby increasing preparation on livestock. And so I think it's more important that we look to the DNR for wolf and livestock conflict prevention grant programs. And if you remember, in our Ag Committee, we have the Minnesota Department of Agriculture that is in its 7th year of helping with that bipartisan support. We just put more dollars into the grant program, as well as looking at opportunities to provide more funding for the Wolf Center that Minnesota is so very proud of. And so I would say we let the DNR do that and not be open to those open seasons and random killings.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, wondering if the author would continue to yield.
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Kunesh, you talked about lethal, I forget the word you said, lethal conduct or lethal, what is that? The DNR, they're going to put them to sleep, or what's, can you explain what your plan is if we're not going to have a wolf hunt to control the populations that are out of control?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
Mr. President, I would leave that up to the DNR to decide best practices. As I pointed out, I am not a biologist, and I never claimed to be, but I do have strong concerns for the wolves in Minnesota, and I would leave that up to the DNR and the experts when it comes to how they think we should best manage the wolf population.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Kunesh, I remembered you said lethal control. If you would continue to yield, can you explain to us what lethal control is if we're not going to hunt the wolves?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
I guess I would once again have to leave that up to the DNR to decide how they would lethally control the population.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, Senator Kunesh, it sounds like you really don't know, and yet you're asking us to stand here and ban hunting as a management option for the wolves. Senator Kunesh, you talked about if they would become out of control. We are here as the people's representatives, legislators, telling you it is out of control right now. It's not a hypothetical if it becomes out of control. It is out of control right now, Senator Kunesh. So there's a big disconnect here. You're talking about the future, some abstract potential of it being out of control. Senator Kunesh, would you continue to yield?
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Kunesh, do you think it's out of control right now, or do you think this wolf population is not causing trouble in the in the state to many families and farmers?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
Mr. President, from what I know and I understand, and I've learned from the experts, today, Minnesota, wolves are under a threatened label. So from what I know and what I understand, around 200 deer each year, and that's approximately 10% of the state's estimated population, are managed and killed by federal agents for livestock producers or wolf livestock conflicts. So they are being managed, and I would I would, I'm not going to disagree with the stories that Senator Weissenberg tells us or that you might want to share with us as well. But I'm going to leave it up to the experts, and the experts tell us that an open season or a controlled wolf population process is the best way to manage that population.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, to Senator Kunish, if we're going to leave it up to the experts, then we shouldn't be passing an amendment that's going to ban a wolf hunt. Because there's been times in the past the DNR has suggested we could have a wolf hunt to help manage. That's how we manage a lot of wildlife. It's a great sport for many people that enjoy the great outdoors. It's a necessary practice for people trying to protect themselves, their assets, their livestock, their family pets, their persons, their property. And so it sounds like we're going to leave it up to the experts, except for you and others that are proposing this amendment are going to be the experts telling the experts what they can and can't do. Yet you've just told us on the floor you're not sure on some of these things as well. And so I don't think there's a very compelling reason that we should support this amendment. In fact, the opposite. We should vote it down, and we should give the DNR authority to establish a wolf hunt immediately and stop this problem before somebody's going to get killed. How much further into the metro do we need to have the wolves come? Maybe we should establish a live trapping program and start letting these become released in the backyards of these people that are in denial, and then see how nice of pets they think they are. And we could put a fence around their backyard so they can stay. I hear some laughing. It is insanity that we would let people's livestock and children and family pets and property. I mean, out in our area, we have family daycares out in the country. People love the rural area. But when the coyotes and the wolves are a possible danger, you can't leave children out in the backyard. And farmers know this all too well. And their cattle, which are at a premium value right now, are getting slaughtered by these wolves. It's gruesome. I don't know if any of you have ever seen a calf be born, but I grew up on a dairy farm. It's a process of nature. It takes a little while for the calf to fully come out, lying on the ground. And those wolves will come up and take advantage of the mother cow lying on the ground giving birth. And they'll literally start eating the calf before it's fully born. Now, I shouldn't have to get into any more gruesome details than that, folks. You can let your mind finish the picture. But this is really what's happening on farms. It's happening. And if you don't have a district that's got cattle farms, then talk to somebody in the central part or the northern part of the state that's had this happen. Call the Cattlemen's Association lobbyist, and they'll put you in touch with many farmers that can give you real-life examples. Mr. President, would Senator Weissenberg yield?
Senator Weissenberg, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Weissenberg, I know you have experience both with wolves and livestock, and we've just heard from Senator Kunish talking about this isn't the way to manage wolves and livestock. Can you give us any other perspectives on how wolves and livestock interact, and is a hunt not an efficient way to manage wolves to keep the population in control so we aren't having livestock being shredded by such an overpopulation?
And members, just a gentle reminder, we're on the A6th Amendment, and I know I've allowed us to go a little far removed from the A6, so I'm just giving you a gentle reminder. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I do have experience with wolves. I also have experience with cattle. I worked at a farm for 5 years, milking and doing whatever it entails to work at a farm. So what happens when wolves do kill livestock, we have the federal trappers come in and they have to kill the whole pack of wolves, because once a wolf learns how to kill livestock, they teach it to the other wolves, and then they just rely on that food source. So this happens all the time. Once a wolf understands how easy it is to take that, they don't just kill that one, they have to wipe out the whole pack of wolves. Now, rather than paying federal trappers to do this, there was a time in Minnesota when we had a wolf season, and rather than having taxpayers pay to do this, we had a season to manage the wolves. There's a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wolf biologist that I've talked with, that in their assumption, we need to be, and this was 10 years ago, we should be harvesting between 1,000 and 1,500 wolves a year in the state of Minnesota. This is a professional wolf biologist. That's what they say we need to do. This is their livelihood. This is what they know how to do. That's their suggestion. So we should be doing that, and then that makes money for the state. The DNR is always looking for money. We're looking for money for the state, and then that money goes back to the resource. We can educate people. We can give some of that money to the cattle farmers that are losing money. I had a bill, I didn't bring it, but I was asking for tens of millions of dollars to support cattle farmers. Now that's what's happening. You know, and someone brought up the fact, you know, why don't we use flags on fencing and lights and bells and whistles and loud noises? That doesn't work. This was done out by Yellowstone in the late 1990s, and now we're suggesting, and actually someone did this again, they got money from the state to do this in northern Minnesota last year. 30 years ago we knew this didn't work. Nothing's changed. This doesn't work. These don't work. If you have a light or a whistle or a bell or something that does something, the wolves get used to it in a couple weeks and they come through the fence anyway. Guard dogs, the wolves kill the guard dogs, unless you have many of them. There's a lady I talked to in Hinckley. She's very opposed to having a wolf season. I talked to her right before session. She has sheep, and she is to the breaking point now. She's had dogs. She said she spent over $100,000 feeding her dogs that are there to protect her sheep. She just lost. She put her sheep out to breed, and she just lost a couple of her prize animals. Now she's not only paid $100,000 to feed her dogs over the last 20 years. Now she just lost tens of thousands of dollars on these animals that has purebred sheep and rams. Now they're gone. She has to start over. Her livelihood there just got ruined. She wanted to protect wolves. Now she is asking, when can we have a proper management season? These people are at the breaking point. This is everywhere. And the reason you don't see wolves in the cities is because the wolves are trapped before they get into the cities. In Anoka in 2017, there was a pack of wolves. They were all trapped. They were coming this way. There's wolves in East Bethel. There's wolves in Northfield. There's wolves all around the cities. They're not in the cities because they are trapped before they get here. Not in my backyard. They're in my backyard. They're in all of our backyards. But in the Twin Cities metro area, there aren't wolves here because we're trapping them and we're keeping you safe, or whatever you want to call it. We can do this. We can properly manage them with a season, and it makes money for the state rather than having taxpayers do this. The cattle, splitting packs up doesn't make more cattle get eaten by wolves. It's just not a thing. I don't know. People say these things, and I'm laughing because it's laughable, because I'm a wolf biologist. I work with wolf biologists in the state of Minnesota. I've worked with wolf biologists in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm not lying to you. This is a thing. It's a problem. The house is burning down. We need to call the fire department. We don't need to study to see if the house is burning down for real or not. It is, and we need to take care of the problem now. This is not a good amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hochschild yield?
Senator Hochschild, he will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Hochschild, I heard your remarks talking about how long this has gone on. It's been a concern. It sounds like we should actually do something about it. But I wasn't clear from your comments. Are you supporting the Kunesh Amendment and urging people to support it? Or are you saying this is not the right way to go to ban wolf hunt opportunities? I wasn't clear on your comments. If you could help clarify that.
Senator Hochschild to the Westrom question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom. I do not support a wolf hunt ban.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think there's lots of reasons that we should vote no on this. We should be moving in the right direction, the other direction of managing the wolves population that has come back tremendously since the 90s. But let's celebrate that and let's manage it and not have this put our heads in the sand and pretend everything's good, because it's not in our backyard if you live in the metro area, but it is all over central and northern Minnesota, becoming a much greater concern, both for the livestock farmers, but also the sportsmen that are even noticing dramatic differences in the deer populations across northern Minnesota. I have constituents that have cabins or hunting grounds up north, and they just don't even feel like it's worth going up there anymore for a deer camp, because the chances of getting a deer have dropped so dramatically in the recent years. We need to do something, not just talk about it, not just say, well, it's been around for 50 years. We need to proactively, we're the legislature, we can tell the DNR what to do. And as Senator Wiesenberg said, the House is burning. There is an out-of-control population right now, Senator Kunesh, and this isn't the right answer. So I would urge people to vote no.
Any other discussion on the A6 amendment before we go to the author? Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a few of the things that I was going to say were addressed by Senator Wiesenberg, but I'm going to touch on it real quick. You know, currently, the DNR's plan, when they see an overpopulation in an area, is to bring in a federal trapper. The federal trapper is not doing anything any different than what a private individual would be doing if the DNR institutes a wolf hunt. And I think back to the 70s and 80s with a number of folks that I spent a lot of time with, and they hunted and trapped coyotes. And part of that was because of the fur market, but a larger part of that was because they also valued pheasant hunting, grouse hunting, deer hunting, duck hunting, and the coyote would kill off, if they overpopulated, would kill off the young birds or even some of the deer. And so they managed the coyote population to help protect their ability to do the other hunting that they enjoyed. And those things brought in revenue to the state of Minnesota. We have discussions here all the time about chronic wasting disease and how that could have a terrible impact on deer hunting in Minnesota, yet we seem to fail to have the same discussion around the impacts that the wolves are having and how it is negatively impacting deer hunting. Mr. President, I heard some chuckles and when Senator Westrom was bringing up a point. Well, Mr. President, 9 years ago, when I served in the other body, there was a bill that was there to prevent muskies from being stocked in 10 lakes in Minnesota. And to bring up this point that we're talking about today, I offered an amendment that said we should allow stalking of the gray wolf in the Twin Cities metro area. Mr. President, 3 members who represented districts in the Twin Cities metro area stood up to speak against that, saying, you know, we have small pets and children here, and we should not be having the gray wolf in our backyards. That's dangerous. Mr. President, I responded saying, thank you. You're proving my point. Rural Minnesota has pets. Rural Minnesota has children. And the gray wolf, because of overpopulation, is coming into our backyards.
Mr. President, I have 62 acres. 3 weeks ago, my neighbor saw a gray wolf running through my back pasture. Now, Mr. President, I don't have animals and I don't have small children anymore, but I have neighbors that do. One neighbor has lost 3 calves just this last year. And one might think, well, maybe it was something else. Well, guess what, Mr. President? For years, I could go out at night as it was getting dusk, and I would hear the coyotes yipping and howling all around. Mr. President, it's been 2 years since I've heard much of any coyote activity in my area. Mr. President, I've had many conversations with the federal trappers and conservation officers and other people, and they say there's typically one reason coyotes would move out of an area where they've been for so long, and that's because the gray wolf has moved in and driven them out. And if the gray wolf has driven the coyote out, where has the coyote gone? It's moving into other areas. I think many of us can say that the sightings have begun to happen in the metro area. And Mr. President, the thing that we have to keep in mind and consider as we have this discussion, as a turkey hunter, I know how challenging it is out in rural Minnesota to get a turkey to actually come in to where you are because they are so skittish. But yet, members, if you drive around the Twin Cities metro area today, you can almost walk right up to a turkey. And you might think, how challenging could it be to turkey hunt? But it's because the turkey has lost its natural instinct by being around humans so closely. We're starting to see that same thing with the coyotes who have moved in. And Mr. President, it is just a matter of time before the gray wolf moves in and starts losing its natural instincts in the metro area. Members, we should not be waiting for that moment of human conflict before we are ready to do this. The DNR knows they can manage this. They know they can use private individuals to do it. They can raise revenue by doing it instead of paying federal trappers to do it, and the results will not be any different. I've heard talk about how this disrupts the pack, how it's not natural. Mr. President, I had a conversation with one of my local conservation officers, and we had in northern Pine County what he referred to as a super pack. Because a federal trapper had not been able to come into that area for over 2 years, the pack had grown to over 30. Mr. President, that's not natural either. And it was devastating to cattle farmers and people who had horses up in that area. Mr. President, why couldn't the federal trapper get there for over 2 years? Because they're so busy all around the state. And in conversations I've had with them, when they come into an area, they have to get in and out so quick because they're needed in so many places. They can't accomplish what they really need to help reduce the population within an area. But if we allow the DNR to manage the hunt and allow private individuals to do it, we will be able to do just that. So, Mr. President, this amendment, we should not be voting for it. We should be allowing the DNR to manage a private wolf hunt. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero, anyone else after Senator Lucero before we go to the author? I just want to make sure I have everyone identified. If no one else after you, Senator Lucero, then we're going to go to the author. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kunesh. As I look at the amendment here, it's subdivision 9 of existing law. Can you confirm when was this existing law passed into law? When was it enacted?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
Mr. President and Senator Lucero, I think it says in here the Federal Endangered Species Act of 1973.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that. But just to be more clear, not when was the federal act passed into law, when was the verbiage in Minnesota statute enacted that makes reference to the 1973 federal law. But my question, Mr. President, if she would yield for a question.
Will you yield, Senator Kunesh? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Is when was the Minnesota verbiage passed into law that you're now seeking to delete?
Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, I don't know that date.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield for another question?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kunesh. On line 1.6 of your amendment, there's existing statute that reads the commissioner, makes reference to the commissioner. Can you confirm which commissioner that is?
Senator Kunesh to the question on line 1.6 of the A6th Amendment.
Mr. President, just to answer Senator Lucero's previous answer, I believe it was the year 2000 that the state statute changed. And if I understand correctly, it says after that time, the commissioner, and you want to know which commissioner? I'm not sure if you're referring to a past commissioner, current commissioner, or I'm sure there will be many commissioners to come.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If she would yield for another question.
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kunesh. I wasn't asking for the name of the commissioner, so I apologize for the lack of clarity. I'm wondering which agency commissioner is being referenced by the current statute.
Senator Kunesh.
That would be the DNR commissioner, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kunesh. And one more question, if she'd yield for another.
Will you yield, Senator Kunesh? She will yield for another question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kunesh. On that same line, line 1.6, after the word commissioner, it has the word may. And my question is, does this allow latitude to the commissioner to make a decision based on the information that they have? In other words, it's not compelling them to make a decision one way or the other, but does current statute with the word may that you're seeking to strike, does the current statute allow for latitude to be made?
Senator Kunesh to the question.
Mr. President, I would assume that with that word may, that there is some ability for the commissioner.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kunesh, for the clarity. So, Mr. President, the reason I asked that series of questions was because that I wrote it down verbatim what Senator Kunesh said in previous question to another member, and that is, she expressed she would like to, quote, allow the DNR to do the work they need, unquote. Well, Mr. President, current statute allows the DNR, as we heard there, the commissioner is the DNR, and then as the word may, it is not prescriptive, it is allowing for latitude. So current law, without this amendment, actually permits what Senator Kunesh desires, and that is to allow the DNR to do the work they need. There's nothing compulsory in here. And so, Mr. President, I submit the reality that this amendment is contrary to what Senator Kunesh seeks to have happen. If indeed, Mr. President, it is the desire to allow the DNR to make a decision of their own based on information and science, then we need to vote down this amendment. Because what this would do, if this amendment were to pass, it would prevent the DNR from doing the work they need. It would handcuff the DNR, which is the exact opposite of what Senator Kunesh previously expressed. Mr. President, let's vote down this amendment and let's band together and support Senator Kunesh's desire to allow the DNR to do what they need to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we will now go to the author of the A6th Amendment. I just want to make sure there's no one else who haven't spoken already. Seeing none, the last voice that you'll hear on the A6 amendment will be that of Senator Kunish, and then we will vote because there's been a roll call requested. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, I just want to make clear there were a couple comments about chuckles during somebody's questioning, and I just want folks to realize that those chuckles and goughs came from the seatmates of Senator Wiesenberg and not from the general body at large. But what I do want to do is also bring back to folks what this amendment does. It prohibits recreational wolf hunting and trapping in the state of Minnesota. Nothing in this amendment would take away the right of the individuals to protect their livestock, pets, kill nuisance animals in a scenario where wolves would lose their federal protections. Minnesotans value wolves, and they want them protected for future generations. Both independent polling and a recent DNR survey have shown that nearly 80% of Minnesotans agree that a wolf is an asset to protect and to protect for future generations, and they oppose trophy hunting wolves. That's what the bottom line here is. So members, I would encourage you to vote green on this amendment and make sure that we are allowing the DNR to do their job in the best way possible.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A6 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Anderson votes no.
And Senator Anderson votes no. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski has asked to be excused. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the A6 amendment is not adopted. Senator Hochschild was on the list. There he is. Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A22 amendment.
Senator Hochschild offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The
Senator
A22
Hochschild moves to amend Senate File 3631 as follows. Page 116 after line 33, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Now, Senator Hochschild, you may explain your A22 amendment. Senator Hochschild.
Sorry about that, Mr. President and members. In Minnesota, there are regulations around two things called black water and gray water. I'll try not to bore you too much here, but black water is essentially water with feces, and gray water is other types of water from showering or washing your hands or other cleanliness activity utilizing water on our lakes and streams. There has been in place regulations around gray water for decades in Minnesota, but they have not been enforced. Unfortunately, the MPCA has decided to start regulating gray water contaminants in Minnesota, but they have made the unilateral decision to specifically start enforcing gray water regulations in Voyageurs National Park, impacting just one lake in Minnesota rather than other lakes, like, for instance, Lake Minnetonka, where there is big issues with gray water. And so what this amendment does, Mr. President, is it exempts gray water regulations in St. Louis County, Koochiching County, and Lake County, and allows the local counties to regulate the gray water in those communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hurd to the A22 amendment.
Mr. President, and appreciate Senator Hauschild bringing this forward. I know we're going to have some discussion later on about the rifle zone and also the shotgun zone. I'm sure this sound a little bit like that, where we specify county. I know the idea of it is legitimate, but I would hope that we have hearing and have a committee vet through this and hear more directly, loudly from the agency MPCA, for example, first of all. So I would ask that members don't support this amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A22 amendment before we go to the author of the amendment for the last voice? Any other discussion? Members? Seeing none, Senator Hauschild, any last comments on your A22 amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Oftentimes, I think there is a misunderstanding of comparing black water to gray water. Again, not to bore you, but those are two very significantly different things. So to regulate both gray water and black water on one lake in Minnesota before getting to the others, to me, is a disservice and something that we should not be doing. So that's why I'm introducing this amendment. I hope you'll join me. Thank you, members.
Members, we're on the A22 amendment. All in favor of adoption of the A22 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, any? Senator Hauschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A19 amendment.
Senator Hauschild offers the A19 amendment. The Secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Hauschild moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 87, line 6, after waters, insert. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Hauschild to the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has long been the position of the state of Minnesota that we manage our own waters, both our waters and our water beds. However, we have recently realized that there is a missing component to having control over our own waters, and that is frozen lakes. In Minnesota, we are facing additional regulations and oversight on our frozen waters from the federal government, which is impacting many northern Minnesota, but also lakes across Minnesota. So what this amendment simply does is adds to the resolution on page 87, line 6, after waters, insert frozen waters. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hurd, any discussion on the A19 amendment? Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a little bit more softer than the other one, and I forgot to do a roll call on the previous one, but we'll just work that out along the way. And I'd like folks to, if you have to vote, vote based on your conscience of your district. And I'd like to ask roll call for this one.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A19 amendment? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hauschild yield for a question?
Senator Hauschild, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand it. This is giving control to the state, correct?
Senator Hauschild to the question.
Yes, it's stating it's the state position that we have control over our waters, water beds, and now we are adding frozen waters.
Thank you.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A19 amendment before we vote or give the author the last word? Seeing none, any last words, Senator Hauschild?
Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing further to add. Please join me in this simple resolution.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A19 amendment. know, it's always helpful. Huh? Yeah, that's always good. Okay, cool. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes yes.
Senator Draheim votes yes.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Uckey votes yes.
Senator Uckey votes aye.
Senator Weber votes yes.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes yes.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes yes.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7. Senator Kunesh, you can report at any time. We're waiting for you. Senator Kunesh, for
I'm
those
sorry.
voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Sorry, I didn't hear you call me. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 25 noes, the A19 amendment is adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A9 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A9 amendment. The secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 84, delete Section 14. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Green, to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A9 amendment is actually going to remove a portion of the bill, Section 14, subsection 8. And what it is, we debated this sometime when I was in the other body, and there's a prohibition on some illegal contraband, and the first thing that comes to mind is ivory, elephant tusks. And so these are illegal, and we can't bring them into the country, we can't bring them into the state. But when we debated this years ago, we looked at some different aspects of this, and there are things that that the average people cannot use or cannot possess. But there are things that in our country that indigenous people, for instance, can use. They can make products out of them. They can sell those products, and those are legal. And the one thing that comes to mind there is, although we do have some in the lower 48, if you go to Alaska, you'll see that the indigenous people of Alaska can use things that would otherwise not be allowed. But because they are indigenous, they can use them and they can market them and sell them, and it's a big part of their income. And so the stricken language here would prohibit anyone from owning, selling, or even possessing these in the state of Minnesota. The language that was stricken does not say that everything is. This would only include the products that are legally able to be brought into the United States. And so I don't really know what the thinking was to take this out. It was only a protection for those people that we just talked about. So what my amendment does, it removes that portion, which would then leave the law the same, so that these products could be sold and possessed in Minnesota if someone was to travel to another part of the country, or even bring stuff in that would be legal in the United States. So I would ask for a green vote on this. Thank you.
Senator Herb, for your reaction to the A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Green. The reason the bill is as it is and the language has been striked out because of updating language to make sure that the proposal and the language are aligned with other subdivision of this chapter. And with your concern, I think it's whether that language is striked or not, and it's better that it's striked out because we still the DNR is still implementing the same process that they have done before. So folks out there shouldn't be concerned if they have something that they bought legally or imported legally here and they have it legally. They shouldn't be concerned. Just want folks out there to know. So I would oppose to your amendment, or perhaps ask you to withdraw your amendment. Either way. But if you leave it here, I would oppose and ask member to vote no. And I want to ask for roll call too.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A19 Green Amendment before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Green, you'll be the last voice we hear before we vote. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Herr. And I don't really want to pull the amendment. I think it's okay to have a roll call vote. And if it goes down, it goes down. It's not going to affect me personally, but I do think it's important that we don't limit the livelihoods of people that make their living from this. I know that the DNR will many times use this same argument that if this is in, someone maybe at some time might commit some illegal act. Well, people might at some time commit an illegal act whenever, and it's not really valid. It's actually pronouncing people guilty before they've been tried and convicted of a crime. And so I do think that there would be no harm in striking this portion of the bill and just leaving this status quo as it is. I think it works, and I haven't heard of any problems from it. So I'd ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A9 Green Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes yes.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes yes.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes yes.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes yes.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes yes.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes yes.
And Senator Anderson votes yes or aye. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
And Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Dietzick votes no. All senators voting who had a desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A9 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A14 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 24, after line 31, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg, to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, on Tuesday, we had a discussion to start talking about the invasive swines that are coming into Minnesota. So we do have pigs coming into Minnesota from Canada right now. And according to DNR, if you were to shoot, this is an invasive animal. This is not something we want here. They will create much problems to crops and people's land. But according to DNR, they don't want you to shoot them. And if you do, you have to surrender this animal to them. Now, what my amendment simply does is say, if you do shoot one of these animals that is not supposed to be here, you can keep it. The reason for that, you might want to eat it. So I did talk to the commissioner of the DNR about this, and I said, rather than fighting, we should work together. Let's encourage people to get rid of an invasive species, which these wild hogs are, and once they shoot it, they can keep it. But it's still, I still have in here, a person or a person's agent who kills a feral swine still has to notify the government within 48 hours. So you still have to notify them. And this way we work together and we find out when these pigs are coming across. Because right now people are shooting them and not telling the DNR about it because they don't want to get in trouble. Let's encourage people to work with the government and tell people about this invasive species. Thank you.
Senator Hurd, I'm sorry. What
you say vote green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weissenberg.
Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Weissenberg. You know, I like this concept that you're going, especially now we have invasive species. The Canadian super hog are coming to our territory, and might be exciting for some, but the most folks, especially farmers, are very nervous about it, and so. We are working on defining feral hog at the moment, and that just we just had feral hog hearing a couple days ago, and so let that suffice first, and you and we can talk with the DNR to see the process of do it right, because just reporting alone will not be enough at this time. Because we are concerned about disease that the feral hog or invasive hog coming through our state. We want to make sure that the step we take is the right approach, the right way to handle, so we can prevent swine disease affecting our pig population here in our state. So at this point in time, I would reject your amendment and ask members to vote no.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, we've got feral pigs, we got wolves that we can't hunt. I wonder if there's an amendment to the amendment that between Senator Kunesh and Senator Weissenberg, we could have the wolves hunt the pigs, and then nature would take care of itself. Senator Weissenberg, I support your amendment. On a more serious note, this is an issue we need to do more than just study or come up with a definition, and we can do that at the same time. Senator Hur, I hope we could rather adopt this, and they could come up with the proper definition if that's what they need. We can't move at the speed of government on this because the wildlife is crossing the border. We heard about this in the Ag Committee, some concern about this with the Board of Animal Health. And so I think you're on the right track here, Senator Weissenberg. It does seem like maybe the wolves, if we get enough of them, the pigs won't make it across the border because the wolves will eat them before they get here. But that's kind of a strategy that maybe isn't going to be fully successful in case the wolves happen to miss one coming across the border. And so, members, I think this is a good amendment. Let's take care of this feral pig issue that is new to many of us, but it is a real issue, and these are very hardy wild animals and very disruptive. And so if people want to eat them, let's let them.
Before we go to the author of the amendment, I know we're going to Senator Green, but anyone else before we go to the author of the amendment after Senator Green? Seeing none, we will go to Senator Green, and then the last voice that we'll hear is Senator Weissenberg, who is the author of the 814 amendment. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do speak in favor of this amendment. This is an old issue, and some people believe that the feral hogs are just here now, but they're not. They've been around for a long time. As far back as maybe 9-10 years ago, we had this exact same discussion in committee as to what would be the best. And the DNR's concern at that time was if they got to keep the hogs, then they might try to bring the hogs in. Well, the hogs are here. And I never did buy that argument, but nevertheless, they are here. And Senator Herr was absolutely correct when he said that these feral hogs carry disease. And even though Senator Westrom was speaking kind of tongue-in-cheek, wolves don't generally eat hogs because it's one of the few hides they can't get through when they're tearing stuff apart. So the question is then, would people be more likely to register that hog if they could keep it? And I think that that is the case. I think that they'd be way more likely to say, I shot this hog, it's here, and then it could be tested, because that is the important thing. I don't know how wild hogs taste. I've never had one. I don't even know that that's an issue. The issue is, this is a big concern. We're a top pork producer in Minnesota. And our hog farmers are very concerned that these things could come in, get mixed in with their own hogs and cause disease. And so if they are taken, we want them registered. We want to know that they're there. And I think that this amendment would help move that forward. So vote green on this amendment.
Members, we are now going to the author of the amendment, which is Senator Weissenberg, and then we will vote because a roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought about withdrawing this, but I don't think I'm going to. I think it's not hard to do. We're literally just asking the government to trust people to say that they did this. So if someone shoots a hog, we say we shot it, now we know where they are. And this will encourage people to work with the government, because I can tell you right now, people are shooting wild hogs and not reporting it. So if we do shoot a wild hog, now we're not going to get in trouble for doing it, and we'll be able to report it, and we're going to be able to gather that information. So please vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the Weissenberg A14 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. I am now turning and recognizing Senator Kunesh for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Who is the last person?
Senator Putnam.
Senator Putnam votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A14 Weissenberg amendment is not adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I hope we'll work together and we'll work on that amendment. The next amendment would be the A16.
Senator Weisenberg offers the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Weisenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 24, after line 31, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
So I had some people.
Senator Weisenberg, you will now tell us about your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I had been contacted by some people this year about posting private property, and apparently in 22 other states they have purple paint laws. So rather than having to post with your name, you can use purple paint. So you still have to mark the corners, no trespassing, but then in between you can use purple paint. So this will save time and money, and you can go through and put a swath of paint on there. So it says it has to be 3 feet off the ground, trees have to be at least 1 inch wide, and the strip has to be at least 1 inch tall and 8 inches in height. Now this will just help people to go through and mark their land easily. You can see it from far away, and people will get it. I know, I don't know why some people say, well, no one's going to know what that is. Well, we've landed on the moon. We've flown into space. I think people can figure out what purple paint means. So this is all this amendment would do is make it easier to show that your land is private. So please vote yes.
Senator Hurd to the A16 Weisenberg amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask Senator Weisenberg if he would yield.
Senator Weisenberg, will you yield? He will yield, Senator Hurd. Senator Hurd.
Senator Weisenberg, have you talked to the DNR about this specification on your amendment?
Senator Weisenberg, to the question.
Senator Herr, I did. I let them know that I had this, and I had got no response. I kind of got a chuckle, I think, out of Bob. But yeah, so that's the answer.
Senator Hurd to the A16.
Well, thank you for the answer, Senator Weisenberg. At this point, then I will ask member to vote no on this bill, on your amendment.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the amendment yield for a question?
Senator Weisenberg will yield. Senator Limmer.
Senator Weisenberg, how would an individual who's traveling on a street along property that's got purple trees that are painted, how would they know that that means no trespassing?
Senator Weisenberg to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question. Education. I think we put this in newspapers. The DNR could put it on their website. The DNR sends out a letter. I get their emails every day. So I don't think it would take that great amount of time for people to understand what it means. And, you know, if someone were to trespass and go through purple paint, I think that we would have some leeway as well. I wouldn't be like, oh, you went through here and now you're in trouble. I'd say, this is what that means, and then they'll know. So there's going to be an education time, but in time, it'll help, everybody will know, and it'll be an easier thing to do. And as I said, 22 states are already doing it. Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had a little experience with no trespassing signs, and the law enforcement agencies that have talked to me and given me direction is that you want to make absolutely sure that the message that you're sending to the public means exactly what you intend. And I'm a little concerned about no trespassing warning that's simply by a color. I would agree you would need quite an instruction period, but if I just think that it would be a plausible defense if there was a charge in court that it may be a legitimate confusion on the part of the defendant in order to use that as a warning. Just saying.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment and vote? Because a roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. Anyone before we go to Senator Weisenberg?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing none, Senator Weisenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will take the advice of my colleagues, and I'll remove this amendment, and we'll have more further discussions about this.
The A16 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Weisenberg.
I'd like to move the A17.
Senator Weisenberg moves the A17 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Weisenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 12, after line 30, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have had some constituents contact me about this issue and some other people who trap minnows. We're going to start talking about minnows again. So when the minnow trappers are using forest roads, they have to drive down a forest road to check their minnow traps in ponds. And now they've been allowed to drive down these forest roads for 30 years to do their job. Now as some people retire and new people come on, there are some foresters that are not allowing these people to use these roads. Now these are the same roads that loggers use. So they're using large heavy equipment, logging trucks, and they're ripping the roads up and damaging them. They're allowed to use these roads. But people driving, you know, a truck or a four-wheeler, which isn't damaging the roads, they're not allowed to use these forest roads anymore. So this law would just simply say if you're conducting business in an area you've always been allowed to do business, we're going to continue to let you drive down these roads. So there are some places they're continuing to let people use these roads, but as some new people are coming into these jobs, they're not letting people use these forest roads. So we need to protect the rights of the people and the jobs that they've had. So this would just say, you know, I'll just read it, ensure minnow trappers, leech trappers, loggers have unimpeded access to forest roads. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hurd to the A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, just a rule of Parliament. If I ask Senator Weissenberg two questions, do I have to ask him to yield twice or just one time?
Senator Hurd, I'm sorry, I got distracted. What was your question?
I said I have two questions for Senator Weissenberg, but do I just ask him to yield once or ask him to yield twice after he answered the first question?
Ask him to yield the first time, and then he'll answer, and then you ask him to yield the second time, and then he would answer.
Okay.
So, Senator Weissenberg, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, my question will be related to the second statement on line 1.10, where if the commissioner or any other state agency requires permit access, that whole thing, can Senator Weissenberg explain to me, because that's very, very broad. That's almost, that's opened up a big can of worm here. So if Senator Weissenberg can clarify that.
Senator Weissenberg to Senator Hurd's question.
Thank you, Senator Hurd. The intent of the amendment is to continue to allow people that have been using these roads for decades to continue to use these roads. So the intent of this amendment is to give those specific people, if we have to change the amendment to say that, if it doesn't read that way or isn't correct, that if you have been using these roads, we cannot now disallow you, because now we're basically putting you out of a job.
Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg, would you be agreeable to strike the word unimpeded on line 1.10?
Senator Weissenberg, line 1.10, unimpeded, is that what you're asking, Senator
yes,
Hurd?
Correct, unimpeded.
He's asking if you'll be willing to strike unimpeded on line 1.10. Senator Weissenberg.
If I were to strike that word, how would we replace it to ensure that these people can continue to use these roads, Senator Hurd?
So Senator Hurd, Senator Weissenberg is asking you to yield to a question, a clarifying question. Senator Hurd to clarifying his question, and then you have the floor again, Senator Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weissenberg. That's why the statement itself, the whole entire statement from 1.8 to 1.12 is very, very broad. It gives access to almost everybody also. So I just want to make sure that it's more specified to what your need is. But I do have a question back to you before I complete my statement. So, Senator Weissenberg, would you yield?
Are you asking Senator Weissenberg to yield?
Yes, I am, Mr. President.
Senator Weissenberg will yield. Senator Weissenberg, did you hear the question? Okay, Senator Hurd,
the question to Senator Weissenberg would be, have you spoken to the DNR about this amendment?
Senator Weissenberg to Senator Hurd's question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Senator Herr, I did have a conversation with the Commissioner probably 6 weeks ago about the bills that I had coming forward and the intent of the bills and the reason that I brought these forward. And the reason for this bill is people are being harmed because some people are not being allowed to access these forest roads. So now they can no longer do their business, which they've been doing for a long time.
Senator Herr.
Mr. President, Senator Wiesenberg, I spoke to the DNR just a few minutes ago here. This is new. This is concept. I mean, maybe conversation we have, Commissioner, could be different from sitting down with the DNR and trying to craft the right language. And so, I really respect toward your language. They recommend to me that for me to accept the amendment, if you'll be accepting the proposal of eliminate unimpeded, that word. If you accept that oral amendment from me, then I could accept your amendment. But if not, there's more time we still have to discuss with the DNR and put the language and plan in place for access to all these areas that may be in many degree restricted to people. It could be in danger to people.
Senator Wiesenberg, I'm just going to try to help usher us here. So Senator Wiesenberg, to his question, are you willing to accept an oral amendment on the unimpeded if he was to make that oral amendment? Senator Wiesenberg.
Mr. President, if he accepts, I will strike the word unimpeded if he takes this as a friendly amendment, yes.
Senator Wiesenberg offers an amendment to the amendment, which is deletion of the word unimpeded on line 1.10. Is that your amendment to the amendments, Senator Wiesenberg?
Yes, Mr. President.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend the A17 amendment as follows, page 1, line 10, delete unimpeded.
Any other discussion on that amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Now we're on the underlying amendment. Any other discussion? It looks like Senator Rarick has a question. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Wiesenberg would yield to a question.
Senator Wiesenberg, will you yield? Your neighbor wants to talk to you right now. Senator Wiesenberg, he will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg, the vast majority of these forestry roads that you're talking about, or logging roads, are they on public or private land?
Senator Wiesenberg, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is public land.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. Members, we're talking about access roads that have been put in place by loggers across public land that is getting to public waters. I really appreciate Senator Wiesenberg's amendment, and I believe actually we should be going a bit further. Recreation is, we're able to recreate in these areas of public land because of these logging roads. We should not be restricting anyone from being able to use that. If someone desires to be able to go camping and take their canoe and go on one of these lakes to do some fishing and camp out there, this is public land, and they should be able to use those roads to access that. We should not be denying any Minnesotan access to those roads to access public waters. So I would, unfortunately, I wish we wouldn't have had that other amendment, but I understand if we can move forward with this and continue to have discussions. I think this is a great topic, and we should make sure all Minnesotans have access to our public lands, and would ask everyone to support this and vote yes.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'm going to state is about the importance of committee vetting, so we have more time to discuss during our committee hours. But since this is brought forward, we're spending time here to work on the language that will suffice to be inserted into the omnibus bill here. So I'm going to make an oral amendment to what has already been amended. Line 1.11, the word must change that to may.
Senator Hur offers the amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Hur moves to amend the A17 amendment as follows. Page 1, line 11, delete must and insert may.
Senator Hur, to your amendment before we go to Senator Weissenberg.
Mr. President, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Weissenberg, to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would accept that as a friendly amendment in the fact that I hope we can work forward and the people that ask for these permits, we will be able to get them to them. And I hope that the DNR is listening and know that that's what they need to do. So I would just accept this as a friendly amendment.
All in, hold it. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I withdraw roll call.
Roll call has been withdrawn. All in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying amendment. We're on the A17 as amended. Any other questions on the A17 as amended before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, the last voice you hear will be that of Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It sounds like we fix this how both parties want it. I hope we can. There's no roll call, so let's just vote green or say yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We are on the A17. All in favor of adoption of the A17 as amended, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A17 as amended is adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A18 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A18 amendment. The secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 27, after line 20, insert. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg, to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So last year we had a big talk about minnows, and we passed a law to take some pressure off of people who use minnows for bait. Unfortunately, that law was passed, and there has been no movement with that law. People are still having bait supplies that they don't have bait. So we need to help these people get minnows. Nothing happened last year. The DNR was supposed to work with bait trappers. I'll say nothing happened. They'll say they're talking to people, but talk is nothing. We need action. So there was actually, I think this was in East St. Paul at Joe's. I had someone tell me that a scoop of crappie minnows was $23 a scoop. Now that's insane. A scoop of crappie minnows should be like $3. So that just means there's inadequate bait supply. So I'm bringing this forward as a bill that basically is a little bit more heavy-handed on the law to say that we need to do this. We need to help these people. There are people in northern Minnesota that have resorts, and if you go to a resort and they don't have bait, you might not come back. Or there's people that call. I'm not going to rehash everything we talked about last year, but there's people that'll call from Iowa or North Dakota or Wisconsin and say, do you have bait available? And the resort says no, so they bring their own bait anyway. Let's work on having a sustainable bait supply in the state of Minnesota and work with the bait dealers. I would like to make an oral amendment to this amendment on line 1.16. Currently it says the commissioner may not require a permit. I want it to say the commissioner may require a permit. So I want the DNR to be involved, but they still have to give a permit.
Senator Weissenberg offers an amendment to the amendment on line 1.16. The secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend the A18 amendment as follows. On page 1, line 16, delete not.
And Senator Weissenberg, you've already spoken to it. Is that okay? Senator Hur, any discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. President, help me with the rule here. I would eventually object to this amendment, no matter what content, what amendment to amendment that require. But the general sense is I will object this on the ground that provision or amendment like this should have a little longer discussion in our committee. And I know that when I remember the first day of session, Senator Wisenberg, brought out the word climate and insert in all our communities in terms of names. I said, you and I will get along very well. We will work very well together, but I certainly don't want to spend a long time in our Senate floor here talk about, things that him and I can continue to work further. Senator Wisenberg, you and I can work on this later, but at this point, I would object to this amendment. Also, there's another point that last year we passed a bill on minerals to allow importing a mineral to our state, and that has not been sunset. So I want to stick with that now, and that's also the DNR recommendation at this point in time. But I look forward to work with you on this provision, this section of legislation, in the coming days and coming years, next session. So thank you for bringing forward, but I would object to the larger amendment at the end.
Just to make sure that we're all in the same place, Senator Herr, we are on the amendment to the amendment, which has been reported by the Secretary. If that amendment to the amendment goes on, then we're on the underlying amendment, which would include or could include the amendment to the amendment. So you have to tell us if you want a roll call on the amendment to the amendment, or you only want a roll call on the underlying amendment. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I'd like roll call on all of them, but right now I would object to the amendment as well.
We got that part, Senator Herr. All right, so a roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any last words on the amendment to the amendment? Senator Wisenberg, because you're the author.
Vote green.
All right, members, we're on the amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim is an aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Uckey votes aye.
Senator Uckey votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 29 ayes and 36 noes. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying amendment, which is the A18. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the underlying amendment? Senator Herr?
Mr. President, I think Senator Wisenberg has something to offer.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Mr. President, I think Senator Wisenberg has something to say.
Senator Wisenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. After speaking with Senator Herr, I do understand that we should be talking about these in committee, and these have been around since the beginning of the session. I did say, and I know ill will to anybody, but I did say if we didn't hear these, I'd bring them forward because time is of the essence. People are being hurt. Their businesses are being hurt right now. But he said we are going to talk about this today. I will withdraw this amendment, and I'll trust that we're going to be talking about this today to make sure we help people. Thank you, Mr. President.
The A18 has been withdrawn. Senator Weissenberg.
I am going to, in the same direction, I'm going to withdraw the A10 amendment. Well, I guess I never
Well,
introduced
that
it,
one
so
you haven't offered yet.
Never mind. It was a great amendment.
I'm certain.
I have one last amendment, the A12.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A12 amendment. The Secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 3631 as follows. Page 25 after line 29, insert. This is the A12 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg, to your A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, or I'll try to be brief. This is talking about wolves again. I'm not going to rehash everything we talked about, but there is an immediate need to have a wolf hunt. And, I did hear what Senator Hauschild said, let the DNR do their job, which this would do. It would give them unimpeded access to do their job. Like I said, I've been talking with people from the U.S., with people that are working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They literally want these lawsuits to go away. They are not pursuing them. They are letting these lawsuits die. They are not hearing lawsuits about wolves right now. They want the state to manage the wolves. The wolves in Minnesota are not endangered. They're listed as threatened. We met the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's threshold back in the late 1980s. So that was quite a while ago. We need to start managing wolves. We don't need to, I'm not going to go and rehash everything we said. The federal government wants us to do this. And so my bill says, as authorized by the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, the commissioner must prescribe an annual wolf season irrelevant of whether it's listed as endangered or not, which it's not listed as endangered in Minnesota. And I would like to put that forward. Even last year, we passed laws about marijuana, which is illegal federally, but it got passed anyway. So if you're going to say, well, it's illegal federally, we can't do that. Well, we did it last year. Marijuana got passed, but that's illegal federally, and the federal government's staying out of it. So let's do this. Let's help people, and please vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Hurd, to the A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weissenberg. The DNR already have a plan and recently update their wolf management plan. So at this point, I will object to this amendment.
Senator Hurd, Senator Frentz, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the A12 amendment? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Hurd would yield to our question.
Senator Hurd, will you yield? He will yield, Senator Lucero. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't hear, I think I heard him say that the commissioner would object to the amendment, but if he could just clarify that. I was straining to hear and I couldn't quite hear. And if that's what I heard, that the commissioner objects to the amendment, can I just get a reasoning why?
Senator Hurd, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. I didn't say that the commissioner will object to the amendment. I say that the DNR already just update their wolf management plans and manage the different species of our state, and so there's a management plan that's just recently been updated. So with that standpoint, I rather not accept this amendment at this time.
Senator Lucero, thank you. Any other discussions before we go to Senator Weissenberg for the last voice before we vote on the A12 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Weissenberg.
Whoa. Thank you, Mr. President. They did update their wolf management plan, and I have read it, and it is just more study, and that's what is bothersome to me. We don't need to continue to study, and I'm not going to keep pounding that message. We need to do it now, and let's try to get this to happen. So please vote green on this. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A12 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rules 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Draheim votes aye.
And Senator Draheim votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 35 noes, the A12 amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A53 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the A53 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File 3631 as follows. Page 99, line 31, after the period, insert. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski to your A53 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A53 amendment modifies the shotgun zone section of the bill. And just for members, for their benefit, we do have the elimination of the shotgun zone in the bill with the exception, and thank you, Senator Herr, for putting it in the bill. Thank you, Senator Kupek, for bringing the bill and the work we've done together on this. It includes 4 exceptions, so 4 counties, as the bill reads today, members, would continue to be in the shotgun-only zone, and that's Blue Earth, Dodge, Nicollet, and Olmsted. And I think Senator Dornick has another amendment he's going to bring later, Mr. President, that will even expand that to 6 counties, but I'll leave that to him. What my amendment does is it says that by August 1st of each year, and this is a date, Mr. President, members, that the DNR suggests they would need to have this information if indeed the number of counties in the then shotgun zone diminishes. But by August 1st of each year, the Board of Commissioners of a county that's in the zone, shotgun zone, they need to have a vote right after they hold a public hearing. So they have to have a public hearing that's noticed and a vote on whether to stay in that shotgun only zone for deer hunting in the state of Minnesota. So that's the amendment. It encourages and supports the local control of local government. But, Mr. President, it does even better than that. It encourages the even more local control of the people of those respective counties to petition their elected decision makers on the issue. That's the amendment, Mr. President. I'd encourage your support.
Senator Hurd to the A53 amendment.
Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski, I wonder, have you talked to, we all represent strongly, each of us, our district, and, the south the southern part of our state is a little further geographically removed from me, even though I recreate down there and pass by there and know people there, but I don't quite have the full knowledge like you and other southeast or southwest Minnesota state senators. So I want to see if anybody want to have a point of opinion on that front first before I make my decision.
Any other discussion? Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Senator Hurd, to your question, I have never had a county commissioner say, can you please have the state legislator require us to do more work? And with that, Mr. President, I would also ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to note the question, just for the record, the sheriffs of every county that I represent have weighed in on this, as have the county boards in not supporting removal of the shotgun-only season. So to the amendment, it appears to me that our counties and our sheriffs, our county commissioners are already weighing in, and I'm also cautious about adding additional requirements on our local county boards and with our local sheriffs.
Any additional discussions on the A53 before I go to the author of the amendment? Senator Hurd.
Well, thank you, Senator Friends and Senator Nelson, and that say it all. This provision is not ready for prime time, so I'd like to object to the amendment. There's already language in the bill that been through vetted and through committee that seems to have the most has the populist Senate support. So I will object to this amendment.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the A53, who will be the last voice you hear before the roll call? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I sent out an email to, actually I sent it out, I think, to my caucus, and I sent it to Senator Kupek, and I don't know if he sent it to the other caucus or not as well, but it included the three major publications that I've been pointing to that show that actually rifles are safer than shotguns deer hunting. And as a matter of fact, members, I just discovered today, my question was, well, we always ask this about bills, how many states have shotgun-only zones? And this was put together by Remington, so some of my friends on the other side of the aisle might not trust it because it comes from Remington. But on this map, Mr. President, they have the state of Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and the southern half of Minnesota. And that's it. As a matter of fact, there were many other states that had shotgun-only zones in the past, and they have diminished. As a matter of fact, that is the direction that states are going. They are realizing that rifles are safer than shotguns, and I shared that information with you. I'd be willing to talk to any member about the specifics of the data that we saw from the Pennsylvania Assembly, from the experiences they had in the state of Wisconsin, which used to be shotgun-only zone too, as well. As a matter of fact, we're surrounded by states that allow rifles for hunting. We're an island. The southern half of Minnesota is the island. The northern half is not. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, when the state of Wisconsin was considering going away from their shotgun-only zone, that was in 2003, they did a survey, and at that point, at that point, 76% of Wisconsin hunters used a rifle and 24% used a shotgun. That was in 2003. Now, in a period of years surrounding that, 10 years from 1998 to 2008, they also did a survey of where the gun deer season shooting incidents came from. 42% during that time came from the use of shotguns. Again, 24% of the people used shotguns, and 42% of the hunting incidents were from shotguns. Members, we're swimming in the wrong direction here. The rest of the country is headed in the safer route, the safer approach, and I don't understand the resistance that we have. And maybe it's just the people of our state are not aware of the science and the realities that is leaving the southern half of Minnesota in a less safe situation, Mr. President, than they would be if we would join all of the states around us and the other 46 states and allow rifles to be used a slightly safer approach to hunting deer. So back to the question that was asked, Mr. President, I have talked to the DNR about this amendment, and to them, they seem to think that it made sense, and they gave me the August 1st date. They said that, I mean, you know, certainly it's a public policy decision. But members, why would we not allow the people in a particular county and have a particular time for them to come before their county to weigh in on this decision? In the bill, we say that the county needs to decide whether or not they are going to stay in the shotgun zone or not, and I think that's good language. This, Mr. President, members, makes it even better by allowing the people of Minnesota in those particular counties to come before their county board and weigh into them so that they can hear the real what's going on in their counties instead of whatever it is that they're making the decision to be opposed to this very common sense and safe approach to deer hunting in our state. So again, I encourage support for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A53 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dziedzic votes no.
Senator Dziedzic votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Senator Utke votes yes.
Senator Upke votes yes.
Senator Eichhorn votes yes.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 27 ayes and 36 noes. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A20 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File 3631 as follows. Page 116 after line 33, insert. This is Amendment A20.
Senator Rarick, to your A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an issue that I have been working on for a number of years. Have had committee hearings over the years. Unfortunately, not this year, but I believe it was 3 years ago, it was included in one of our omnibus bills and stripped out in conference committee. This has to do with rural septic systems and the tanks that are installed for our rural septic systems. And for years, it has been a common practice that these concrete tanks that go into the ground, if they have been poured and are going to sit over the course of the winter where they could collect snow and water while there are freezing temperatures, a 1/4-inch weep hole would be drilled in the bottom of the tank so that that moisture could drain out, and so there would be no threat of that freezing and impacting the structure of the tank itself. Before that tank would be installed, that hole would be plugged and then installed into the ground. This was a very common practice to make sure the integrity of the tanks were good. Then one day, an inspector happened to witness that a plug was in a tank, and without any information, the MPCA just decided that was not an acceptable practice. They started asking that tanks, all the information from tanks that had been installed around Minnesota that had a plug in them be brought forward with the concept that these tanks would need to either be excavated and replaced or would have to be emptied, cleaned, and a different patch put on. Mr. President, the problem with that is, one, it's not safe that once a tank has been put into service to actually have somebody have to go into the tank to make those repairs. And to ask that the tank be replaced is unbelievably costly. But in the course of the last couple of years, a number of tests have been done, and over the course of the last couple of years, the MPCA has acknowledged that there is a patch that can be accepted that would work. Now, I have a study that was done by Arrowhead Product Development Incorporated that tested the patch that has been used for years by companies in Minnesota in comparison to the patch that's been accepted. And the patch that's been used meets or exceeds the specs of the accepted patch, thus showing that there is zero need to go back and patch or replace any of these tanks. And Mr. President, my amendment would start to get at that, and I know there needs to be some continued work on the language, but I would really hope we can adopt this language so that we can continue the discussion about not having to replace or repatch these tanks that exist that don't have any problems. The test showed that the patch that has been used did not leak under the test conditions. And the one other thing that I would hold up, Mr. President, when you look at how these tanks and these rural septic systems operate, the water, the sewage water that we're looking at, that we're worried about it seeping out the bottom, goes into a second tank and is then pumped into a mound system where it goes into the ground to be filtered. So my question would even be, and has been to the MPCA, even if the patch were not holding, a little bit of water seeping into the ground under the tank would really not be any different than when we pump the water into the mound system. The ground underneath will filter that water before it would ever get into a well because of the rules for the distance between septic systems and well and all of that. So, Mr. President, I'm hoping that we can move forward with this language so we can continue our discussions and alleviate a problem that many people around rural Minnesota potentially face, the problem with having to repair or replace tanks that really are not defective or deficient. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Herr to the A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weyrich, for bringing this forward. You know, we are elected here, legislator and senator, to make people's life better and less worry, and at the same time, less distracted by other residential impairment. And so, but then I do have concern, and I would not bring back much history, but I recall hearing this bill a few years ago before I was the chair, and even during the time when there was GOP majority, you know, and so this language couldn't get through. But based on the premises that we're here trying to make people's life better, I'd like to work with you and try to talk with the TCA and see if at some point we can come up with some consensus. Words I got out there is that the county are not fully in support, and although the plug that you present may limit to just a few companies or maybe only one company, that kind of put us into a sticky situation of preferential treatment. So I'd like to work with you on it, but at this point in time, I would object to your amendment and ask member to vote no.
Senator Friends.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other comments on the A20 before we go to the author of the amendment as the last voice you hear before we take a roll call on the A20 Rarick amendment? Seeing none, Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Herr. I appreciate your willingness to continue conversations. I would feel much better, and I know many people in rural Minnesota would feel much better if this language were to go on, so that they would know that there is a placeholder for continued discussions and language as we move to conference committee. You know, I've heard it from the one company in specific and a second company through a second hand, that if this is not resolved, they are pulling out of Minnesota. And what are rural Minnesotans going to do? These are the two largest companies providing septic tanks for Minnesota. And if we lose them, what are rural Minnesotans going to do? This is imperative that we get this answered. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Senator Herr on this. But like I said, this has been 3 to 4 years that we've been working on this. These companies aren't going to stick around much longer, and we will be in a bind in rural Minnesota if that happens. I would encourage a green vote.
The Secretary take the roll on the A20 Rarick amendment. Please vote, members. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. I now recognize Senator Kunich for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
And Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes, the A20 amendment is adopted. Any other amendments on Senate file number 3631 before we go to third reading?
Mr. President.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A58 amendment.
Senator Dornick offers the A58 amendment. The Secretary will report the A58 amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend Senate File 3631 as follows, page 99 after line 30. This is Amendment A58.
Senator Dornick, to your A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This simply adds 2 more counties, Freeborn and Mauer, to the shotgun only. So it's on page 99, line 30, add Freeborn and Mauer. And I have talked to Senator Herr, and I believe he will accept this amendment.
Senator Herr to the A58 Dornick amendment.
Mr. President, I will accept the Dornick amendment, and there will not be no roll call. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A58 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A58 amendment, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A58 is adopted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, just would the author of the bill yield for a question?
Senator Westrom would like you, Senator Hurd, to yield for a question. He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Herr, I've seen proposals to try to raise the fine on landowners and farmers with buffer strips. It looked like that language was considered maybe at one point in your committee, but it's not in this bill. Can you help verify that it's not hidden somewhere, or that it's nothing that you're trying to push through in this bill? Because that would be a big problem for many landowners and farmers, and the whole idea of the buffer strips was to work with the local soil and water conservation districts and farmers and find workable solutions, not come out with heavy-handed fines. But can you verify that, Senator Herr, and assure us here in the Senate that we're not going back on our word and raising any of those fines?
Senator Herr, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom, for your curiosity or inquiry. But what you just mentioned there are not part of this bill at all. And so unless there's 123 pages of this bill, and I can have research thumb through. If there's anything related to what you just asked, I'll let you know. But you know, for sure, there's nothing and nothing that you have mentioned are on this bill.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Herr, and just help raising the issue. So if you get to conference committee and there's any push from the other body, we just would ask you to stand strong with the Senate language not having it in the bill, and stand up with current law and those farmers and landowners that have to comply with the current buffer strips, but not using the power of government to try to extract thousands and thousands of dollars out of landowners on top of the unjust takings that many people feel already has happened with the buffer strips. Most areas I know are in strong compliance, near 100%, if not at 100%. And so, Senator Herr, appreciate you not having that in this bill. Wanted to just call that out here as we're getting closer to a final vote.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A57 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A57 amendment. The Secretary will report the A57 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg moves to amend Senate File 3631 as follows. Page 123 after line 8, insert Sec 83. This is Amendment A57.
Senator Weissenberg to your A57 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was the friendly amendment we were just talking about moments ago, and it has been drafted and given to me. So I talked to Senator Herr, and he said this would be a friendly amendment. So I believe we'll just vote yes.
Senator Herr to the A57 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weissenberg, for allowing time for us to have a little discussion here, even the short period. And I appreciate your persistent as well. And going back to, as I said earlier on, that you and I will work very well together, and I think this is a clear example. I didn't know that it would be this long, and this many amendments that will be coming from you, but both of us are online in many ways, comfortable in many ways in terms of protecting our lands and water and our air, and also boost up our economic engine of our recreation area and also for sportsmen and women out there. So I will accept your amendment as friendly amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A57 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A57 amendment, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The A57 is adopted. Any further amendments to Senate File 3631? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File 3631, a bill for an act relating to state government, modifying environment and natural resources laws, etc.
Third reading. Members, we're on final passage for Senate File number 3631 as amended. Any other discussion? Seeing none, brief comments from Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all the members who hear this bill and who also hear the amendments, and those who are engaged in conversation, discussion, and also proposed amendment going forward. And although many of the provisions did not make it, but we'll, in due time, we'll try to bring you in for committee discussion. But congratulate to those who were successful in their amendment. And because of your engagement, it makes this bill very exciting. It was an exciting time, even though we took a long amount of time. I'm trying to be short here. It's not so much about exciting and enjoy recreation alone, but climate needs, climate change is real, and we have historic appropriation last year for the environment, as well progressive provision, and this bill mainly talks about that. Make sure that the agency are going to implement the assignment we give them a year ago well, and continue to do so as going to the perceivable future. Agency like DNR, MPCA, and Bowser. So this bill, the core of this bill is pretty much that part. And I'm glad that we hold on to the integrity of this bill as much as we can, and I need your support. Lastly, I'd like to thank our committee members, Vice Chair Senator Jen McCune, Minority Lead Senator Justin Eichhorn, Senator Green, Senator House-Chow, Senator Hoffman, Senator Kunesh, Senator Lang, Senator Morrison, and Senator Wiesenberg. Also, our committee staff, Senate Counsel Ben Stanley, Physical Analyst Dan Mueller, caucus researchers Cassie Tomadoff and Greg Exley, and Committee Administrator Cara Josephson, Committee Legislative Assistant Mike Calvu, and Committee Page CJ, Michaela, and Olivia. Thank you all, and let's vote this bill green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage as amended, Senate File 3631. Please vote, members. Members, please vote. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Upkeep votes aye.
Senator Icorn votes no.
Senator Icorn votes no.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Anderson votes no.
And Senator Anderson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 14 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, if you're looking at your special orders list, we will now go to House File 3436, Senator Dibble for Omnibus Transportation Policy Bill. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I appreciate the opportunity to present House File 3436, the Transportation Policy Omnibus Bill. Members, just by way of quick introduction, this represents a number of the provisions that have been brought to the Senate Transportation Committee by individual legislators, so it's a compilation of those bills. We plus, in addition, members, it contains a few of the bills that we deem agency bills, technical, and some policy efforts and requests on the part of the executive branch. And to the extent that we could, or not to the extent that we could, we did strip out all of the elements that had fiscal implications, and those we will be considering in the coming omnibus supplemental fiscal budget bill this coming week. And so, as to not belabor, there are many provisions. I'm not going to get into all of the details of them, but I would like to simply merely mention the chief author of the provision and the subject that the provision deals with. I don't want to bore anyone or be delay the proceedings of this august debate that we're having today on the floor. But if people do have more detailed questions, I'll try to field those or refer those to the chief author of the provision in question. So with that, I'll begin. We have the contents of Senate File 727 offered by Senator Nelson, which reduces the threshold of time that those who are more senior in age have to take for accident prevention courses. Senator Lucero offered Senate File 843, which exempts sewage septic tank trucks from certain vehicle weight limitations. Senator Kupik offered Senate File 927, which amends requirements for transporting petroleum products. We have a bill from Senator Coleman, 2132, which authorizes the use of ground lights on motorcycles to increase visibility at night. I have it on good authority that Senator Coleman is going to learn how to ride a motorcycle this year. Senator Kupik offered Senate File 3639, which has to do with hazardous railroad incident notification requirements, basically who is more appropriately named to receive those notifications. Senator Dames has a memorial bridge on U.S. Highway 212 for a mayor whose last name I can never pronounce, so I'll let him do that. Senator Drazkowski, Senate File 3813, modifies the rules for implements of husbandry, basically allows large agricultural equipment to move across the center line to avoid hitting mailboxes and the like. Senator Carlson simply names a couple of additional people to the Traffic Safety Advisory Council in Senate File 3816. Senator Carlson also has 3817, which modifies crash reporting requirements. Senator Howe has Senate File 3856, which allows for veteran designation on driver's license or Minnesota identification cards for those, I believe, in the reserves. Senator Howe also has a bill 3857, which clarifies the clearance requirements for certain structures in those yards where loads are either loaded or taken off of trains onto trucks and the like. Senator Farnsworth has the Senator Tomassoni Memorial Cross Range Expressway designation for U.S. Highway 169 up in the Iron Range. And then I have an agency bill, Senate File 3944, which is the counterpart to this House file. So this is the Department of Transportation agency bill. The elements which are in this bill, some will come next week, are turnbacks, some driving rules, some small business contract preferences, performance measurements, safe routes to school project eligibility, a non-divisible load definition, and some pulling some Greater Minnesota Transit rules into statute. Senator McEwen has Senate File 3961, which authorizes the Commissioner of Transportation to promote use of passenger rail services. Senator Carlson, Senate File 4066, another agency bill from Department of Public Safety, adding criminal vehicular operation to a list of offenses requiring a 1-year waiting period for a limited driver's license, removing requirements that invalidated licenses be physically clipped, and renaming two-wheeled vehicle endorsements to motorcycle endorsements. I have another Department of Public Safety agency bill, Senate File 4067, technical changes to vehicle definitions, expand eligibility for a veterans service group special plate, documentation requirements for driver's license and ID cards, technical changes to tribal ID cards, and changes to online driver education programs. Senator Rasmussen has Senate File 4169, which repeals the 180-hour training requirement for post-secondary institutions offering commercial motor vehicle instruction. Senator Kupik has Senate File 4349, establishing that additional fuels are eligible for hours of service exemption for intrastate transport during an emergency. Senator Carlson has Senate File 4488, which modifies child passenger restraint provisions. Senator Matthews has Senate File 4641, modifying supplemental warning system requirements on school buses. I think we're going to see a slight modification to that in a few minutes. And Senator McEwen has 4926, which modifies certain limitations on towing authority, which basically says cars won't be towed for failure to pay traffic offenses. That's my presentation, Mr. President. I stand for questions, comments, and amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. Members, we're on House File 3436. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before some of our members offer some amendments, I want to thank Senator Dibble, Senator Morrison, and the Transportation Committee. I lost count here through the thing because I got distracted, but I think it's an even amount of Republican bills and an even amount of Democrat bills in this bill. So I want to thank Senator Dibble for working across the line in a bipartisan matter, giving us our hearings. It was much, much appreciated. So again, I think that's the way all our committees should handle their business, to listen to both sides, come up with a compromise. There's going to be some policy bills in here I don't agree with, but in the spirit of compromise, I think overall the bill itself is going to be one worth voting for. But again, I think it's nice to see some bipartisanship here in the Senate. That's what the people of Minnesota expect, is us to work together. So thank you again to Senator Dibble and Senator Morrison for the Transportation Committee this year. Thank you.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A2 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend House File 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 26, line 17. This is Amendment A-2.
Senator Matthews, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to explain this. This is based off of my bill, Senate File 4641, which Senator Dibble heard in the Transportation Committee. It was a bill brought to me from one of the school districts in my district, the Becker School District, to allow for some changes to the supplemental warning systems that are on school buses to allow for a new advanced system to be installed. They gave a presentation about it, flashing lights both at the top of buses and at bumper level to help with visibility. After we had that hearing, the State Patrol contacted us with some suggested language tweaks in order to help align with some national standards that these need to be aligned with. So that's all that this amendment is doing. It is bringing some technical changes brought to us by the State Patrol. I believe this will be a friendly amendment and would urge members to support my amendment. Thank you.
Senator Dibble to the A2 Matthews Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a yes vote on the A2 amendment. Senator Matthews did share the amendment with me beforehand, and I'm also aware of the support of our public safety officials. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussions on the A2 amendment? All in favor of adoption of the A2 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A2 amendment is adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A1 amendment.
Did you say the A1?
The A1 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Kroon offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend House File 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 52 after line 2, insert. This is Amendment A-1.
Senator Kroon to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment incorporates my Senate File 4823. It allows the Department of Public Safety to use verification systems to verify the identity of participants in the Transportation Security Administration's Registered Traveler Program. Changes in federal regulations requires participants to now use what's called source corroboration. That is a system where in the enrollment process, they have to verify the identity with the appropriate issuing authority. So right now that is allowed with passports in the federal government and with 47 states, but in Minnesota, our current data privacy laws prevents DPS from source corroboration. And Mr. President, this amendment will fix that. It will allow for binary verification, simply having DPS state whether or not the information on the driver's license is accurate or inaccurate. Mr. President, there are strict guardrails in this amendment. It's narrowly tailored to achieve its purpose. It's only for those people that are opting in on a voluntary basis. And DPS participated in the drafting of this amendment. It's workable. It's supported by the Metropolitan Airports Commission and by Delta Airlines. And with that, Mr. President, I would encourage a yes vote.
Senator Dibble to the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a yes vote on the A1. Thank Senator Kroon for his work on this bill and the language. The language is slightly different from the bill as introduced because, as he indicated, he worked very closely with the Department of Public Safety as well as those who are interested in issues of security and privacy. And this bill strikes a good balance, achieving what TSA and CLEAR are needing, and as well as the requirements that Department of Public Safety brought. And so the A1 should receive a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A1 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A1 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The A1 Kroon amendment is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A15 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A15 amendment. And the Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 53 after line 30, insert. This is Amendment A15.
Senator Jasinski to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've all heard of horror stories about our kids trying to get a driver's license and getting tested. Many times we hear they have to schedule it a month out. We've heard they had to get online at midnight to try and get onto a thing. We've heard people have to travel 200 miles to get their sons or daughters tested for a driver's license. So what this bill does is makes a DVS report twice a year on the status of these backlogs. So with that, I have talked to Senator Dibble. He would consider this amendment friendly. I appreciate that. I believe the House also has a similar provision, or I'm sorry, the other body has a similar provision in their policy bill as well, so I'd ask for a green vote.
Senator Dibble to the A15 Jasinski amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski is correct. I saw the language of this amendment earlier today, and I was already familiar roughly with it. It was offered as the proverbial late breaker on the House floor. It didn't come forward in the form of a bill, but that's okay because it's a good idea, and we share the concern. I think probably most of us have gotten the calls from our constituents, particularly parents whose kids are heading out of state to college or somewhere else, and they need their driver's license, and they can't seem to get a driver's license inside of 1 or 2 months before they actually leave, and they're having to drive all over the state to find an open exam station so that they can get that driver's license. It's been very, very, very frustrating for some period of time. I think there's some blame to go around, but we do know that the agency is bringing forward a funding initiative that we'll hear about next week as we consider the agency supplemental budget proposal, and they promise they're going to be able to bring those wait times down to the statutory requirement of 2 weeks. So this will help us monitor whether or not they're going to keep that promise. So I appreciate the A15 and encourage a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A15 Jasinski amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A15 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A15 is adopted. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring up the A4 amendment.
Senator Johnson offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Johnson moves to amend House File 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 7 after line 31, insert Section 14. This is Amendment A-4.
Senator Johnson to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A4 amendment is a very niche amendment for an issue in my district regarding sugar beet hauling trucks. So they have an independent contractor that hauls sugar beets, and there's a lot of cross-border traffic. And so this is an amendment that would help the efficiency with some of that hauling and for the operations of the company and the facility that operates on the sugar beets themselves up there. So this is an amendment that I've had a lot of discussion with the Teamsters, with Senator Dibble, with some of the stakeholders on, and it took quite a while to get there, but I think we've got to a point where all the parties are happy, and there's been a commitment to take this as a friendly amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble to the A4 Johnson amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me express my gratitude to Senator Johnson for working so hard and working out the issues between all the various folks who had different perspectives on this. We did hear this bill and then sent them away to work it out, and they did. So I appreciate that. This is one of those odd bills that doesn't have a fiscal implication per se. It does trigger a $60 permit, so it's somewhat in violation of the Marty rules here, but I would encourage us to vote our conscience, and should this bill should this provision end up in the bill, we'll figure out if it needs to then jump over to the fiscal bill that we're going to be moving next week, or we'll just figure it out. But it is a product of some good work that Senator Johnson has done with the Teamsters and Crystal Sugar and others, and I appreciate that it's ready for the prime time now. Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Any other discussion on the A4 Johnson amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A4 Johnson amendment, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A4 amendment is adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A8 amendment.
Senator Howe offers the A8 amendment. The Secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16 after line 16, insert. This is Amendment A-8.
Senator Howe to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, we've the State Patrol and our state law enforcement folks have had a hard time recruiting and retaining their folks. And this will help us in that effort. The Office of the Legislative Auditor, the OLA, currently does a law enforcement compensation survey. And the problem that we face is the management and budget does not use this when they negotiate with our state law enforcement folks. So what this amendment would do is it basically require us to use that data when they negotiate with our state law enforcement parties in the salary and benefit. So I'm a firm believer, members, that if we have the data, we should use it. Otherwise, we got the OLA collecting the information, but we're not using it to fairly compensate our state law enforcement folks. So that is the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble to the A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A8 is similar to the Johnson amendment in that it probably has a fiscal implication, may more appropriately be carried in the bill to come, the Omnibus Fiscal Supplemental Budget Bill that we'll be considering next week. Nevertheless, you know, I know that Senator Howe has been pursuing this, and this language is also consistent with language that Senator Frentz has been pursuing for a number of years. This is a bill that is in a different committee at present, and it hasn't been heard and advanced. Nevertheless, this has been the source of a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion, a lot of debate. Obviously, we see that, you know, I had passed out to everyone the salary survey that Senator Howe referenced, so people can read that to inform themselves about the status of troopers and other law enforcement officials that are under the employment of the state of Minnesota and how they relate, how their pay relates to metro area average pay. And so I'll let you just read those for yourself. I won't cite those, as well as concerns that have been articulated by the Office of Management and Budget around implications for our pay equity law, as well as implications for legislative involvement in salary setting outside of the collective bargaining negotiating table. So I'll let people decide for themselves how they feel about the subject. Senator Frentz, I know, is not here. He wanted to stand up and speak in favor of bringing the A8 into this bill. Like I said, I think this is one of those things we'll probably get done this year. If it, you know, it may well go into this bill, but even if it goes into this bill, it may have to jump over and move in the fiscal bill. I'll let folks read the material, make their own decisions, but I do appreciate the work that Senator Howe has been putting into this, and Senator Frentz has been putting in this for some period of time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A8 amendment? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just briefly, members, I'm going to vote yes on this amendment. This is a subject of a lot of work, but what it boils down to is the groups that we want to support and the way we want to approach all our state employees. I think it's something where I would say, Senator Howe, thank you for your work over the years. We'll see, and I have full faith and confidence in Senator Dibble to make this a part of the discussion when we get into conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A8 Howe amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A8 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A8 amendment is adopted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer an amendment. Mr. President, I don't have the right here, so maybe the secretary has a number. Otherwise, I can.
Senator Westrom, is it the A16?
Correct.
Senator Westrom offers the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend House File 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 14 after line 18, insert. This is Amendment A16.
Senator Westrom to your A16 amendment.
Mr. President, members, I've talked with the chair on this, and this amendment would just look for a report back to start reviewing ideas and options to improve both the metro mobility, transit opportunities and options for consumers that need the metro mobility, and ways to make it more dynamic or more flexible and competitive as well as efficient for the riders, but also look at a report and ways to come back to the legislature and start a more earnest discussion on a rural transit system that can also incorporate rideshare programs such as an Uber or a Lyft, but other private or existing resources that are in certain counties. So it would be looking at setting up a pilot project, but at this point, just let's start talking about it and have recommendations to build on next year with Transportation Committee in the 2025 session. So I believe the chair is amenable to this, Mr. President, but I'll let him speak for himself.
Senator Dibble to the A16 Westrom amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westrom, for offering the A16 amendments. Senator Westrom and I had the opportunity to discuss this idea last night, and the language came together this morning, so I'd had a chance to review it. It's not super clear if it has a fiscal implication or not, but there's no doubt that Senator Westrom has been focused on this issue, and he and I share our concern and our interest in this subject, both providing the kind of transportation options for people who need that in greater Minnesota, as well as addressing what we're going to be learning about metro mobility, hopefully in a short time from the Office of the Legislative Auditor. So if in fact, this kind of analysis and examination and report back to us does trigger some fiscal implications, we're going to continue to work on it, talk about it, and make sure we get something done yet this year so that we have really, really important information that we need. Senator Westrom did introduce a bill on this subject, seeing if we can't figure out a way to mount TNC types of services in greater Minnesota, came back with a fairly substantial fiscal note, which my target simply can't support. So we were unable to move forward on that particular bill, but continuing the conversation and getting good information into our hands so that we can move on this policy front in the coming year would be very important. So I would encourage a yes vote for the A16. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on the A16. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A16, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A16 is adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And in just a minute, I'm going to offer an amendment that I think will help us resolve an issue that finds itself in the headlines on a continual basis recently. It's very important. It impacts the entire transportation system of the state of Minnesota, specifically the Twin Cities region and the surrounding suburbs. Right now, I know the Minneapolis City Council met again today to talk about the ordinance they passed not long ago and its impact on the companies Uber and Lyft and the services that they provide to Minnesotans, notably our friends with disabilities and the elderly who rely on those services to get them where they need to go on a daily basis. Many of our counties utilize these services to provide for their residents as well. And unfortunately, Mr. President, we find ourselves in the position, and Minnesotans find themselves in the position where we still lack any clarity or certainty as to what's going to happen regarding the situation with these companies and the service they provide to those who rely upon it. And quite frankly, Mr. President, it's gotten to the point where it would be wise of the legislature to step in, intervene, and provide some certainty to folks in the state of Minnesota so they know the services will be around to provide for them. And so with that, Mr. President, I offer the A11 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A11 amendment. The Secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File number 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45, adopted by the Senate April 9th, 2024 as follows. Page 4 after line 21, insert. This is the A11 amendment.
I'm sorry. Senator Duckworth, any additional comments on the A11?
Very briefly, Mr. President, and I would like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want it to be very clear and understood by my friends across the aisle, as well as Minnesotans in general, that this amendment is not an attack on any unit of local government by any means. This is an attempt for us as a legislature to lead, to be responsible, to govern sensibly, and to apply common sense to a situation that we find ourselves in that has the potential to negatively impact not just the city of Minneapolis, but the entire Twin Cities region, to include the entire state of Minnesota. So I'm hopeful, Mr. President, that all of my colleagues here in the Senate will vote green on this amendment so we can bring some certainty to the people of Minnesota, protect this valuable service that our most vulnerable populations rely upon, and finally put this uncertainty to rest. Thank you.
Senator Dibble to the A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and appreciate Senator Duckworth calling attention. This is an issue of great concern. I know that there is a tremendous amount of discussion and conversation and effort to resolve this issue that we're confronted with. I would wonder if the matter is germane. I think Senator Klein might have some thoughts on this. It appears to me that this is an issue more appropriately argued in front of state and local government, but Senator Klein probably has better thoughts on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, yes, I rise under a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Under Rule 35.2, a non-germane amendment includes one which relates to a substantially different subject or is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill. And again, this would be the jurisdiction and domain of the state and local government committee and not appropriate for the Transportation Policy Omnibus Bill.
Members, advice. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you advice. We are discussing the Transportation Omnibus Policy Bill. The very issue this amendment has to do with is transportation. And the way the amendment is drafted is that it is drafted in a way that it is embedded in the transportation statutes of the state of Minnesota. So in terms of germaneness or relevance to the bill at hand, I don't think it could be more clear that as we discuss transportation policy and issues that impact the entire state of Minnesota, let alone the Twin Cities region, that this amendment is extremely germane to the bill. And not only is it germane to the bill at hand, it is germane or relevant to the people of Minnesota. So we can do what others have attempted to do, which is to simply kick the can down the road and not do our jobs by addressing and solving the problems that face Minnesotans on a daily basis, even when they're asking us to. Or we can try to utilize a rule that's a bit subjective and tell the people of Minnesota, we're not willing to provide you an answer today. And I think that would be a failure, Mr. President. So I hope you take my advice to heart. This amendment is germane to the Transportation Policy Bill as it impacts the transportation services of the entire state of Minnesota. There's no doubt about that. You just have to Google it. You'll find it in just about every news source here in the state of Minnesota. Extremely relevant, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising to urge you to find the point of order not well taken. There is a sense of urgency about this. Mr. President, I happen to own a speakeasy in beautiful downtown Anoka, a good place to raise your kids, and actually a good place to get a ride home from after you've enjoyed the speakeasy. It is legendary, Mr. President, how many people look for an Uber to find their way home. And I can't tell how many people written to me worried about that this service will not be available, but I can tell you firsthand, if we don't act with urgency on this matter, that we will find ourselves in harm's way. And I also believe that it is the role of the legislature to decide regional and statewide transportation issues and not one single city. A city can regulate itself, but it may not be allowed to regulate us. This is the vehicle that this can be dealt with today. And so, Mr. President, in here you have safety issues, you have issues of commerce around the state. This is certainly relevant to that. And I think if it's marginal, which I don't even think it is, we need to act. And I think this will actually support the discussions about how to retain Uber here. I do not believe that the actions of the City Council today are going to move us in that direction. This being voted on today would move us in that direction and give all the players much more reason to discuss regionally about this matter. So, Mr. President, I urge you to find the point of order not well taken. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Senator Dibble on my list. I'm sorry. Senator Dibble and then Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to make 2 quick points. One is whether or not one votes or has the opportunity to vote on the A11 is not a measure of how urgent anyone feels in this chamber about this matter. And in fact, there is, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of work happening on this subject every single day. Really important conversations to figure this out with a sense of urgency being led by Senator Fate, the governor, and others. And so the work is happening, and we are seeking a resolution, number one. Number two, the bill seeks to preempt ordinances of local government. These are discussions of extreme and serious policy consequence that we have in the State and Local Government Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to also talk about the urgency, and this is Transportation Policy Bill. And what is happening right now is transportation policy. We need this done. There is a sense of urgency. Senator Miller and many other members in this body have been working on trying to bring events to Minneapolis and St. Paul and Minnesota. And members, they're waiting to see what happens here. Because if that TNCs, Uber and Lyft, are not available, what person would want to bring an event to Minnesota? This is an event that would bring more money to the state than the Super Bowl. The economic value of this coming to Minnesota with an event like this, and they're waiting to find out what happens. This is very important. There's a sense of urgency, and it is transportation. It's transportation policy, and it's the policy that Minneapolis and St. Paul are having the effects on the whole state of Minnesota and our tax base here in the whole state. If this is goes through and the Uber and Lyft leave our state, there is going to be an economic impact on the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Any other advice? Seeing none, declined point of order is well taken.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I would appeal.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appeal the ruling of the President and would request a roll call, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Members, he's appealing the ruling of the President. A green vote upholds the ruling of the President, and a red vote does the opposite, goes against the ruling of the President. With that being comments?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, advice to the body.
Advice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would strongly encourage members to vote red to appeal the decision of the President on this. And I think it's really important that we address this here today in the transportation bill that is before the body. I think the stated goal of this bill is to improve upon our state transportation system. And I cannot think of an issue and a challenge more direct to our state transportation system than ride-sharing companies planning on exiting the Minnesota market. Mr. President, if you vote to uphold the ruling of the President, you're voting with the Democratic Socialists who run the City Council in Minneapolis. And so I would ask that members vote red, appeal the decision of the President so that we can have a vote on this very important amendment, this very important policy to preserve rideshare options for Minnesotans with disabilities, Minnesotans trying to get to work, and also Minnesotans who are trying to earn money working with these ride-sharing companies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Members, before I go to Senator Abler, I just want to remind you under Rule 14.4 that an appeal is decided by a majority of votes of those present and voting. Upon an appeal from the decision of the President, the question is, that is before the body, is shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? With that being said, Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and my comments are precisely to that point. And Mr. President, nobody questions your compassion, your passion, your intellect, your wisdom, or your judgment. Well, except in this, maybe the last part, this judgment piece on this ruling. I don't know if you read the bill, Mr. President. I know you're busy. You have another committee that you chair. But as I read over this bill, do you know what I found in this bill that's going to address the issue of Uber and getting my guests home safely? Nothing. And so I believe that this is our chance, Mr. President, which I hope you can, the judgment of the body would agree that this is our moment to say something. And maybe the words, Senator Duckworth crafted a very nice amendment, but actually, perhaps if nothing else, this could be a placeholder for the discussion that we're going to be having about this very important matter. Because right now, Mr. President, there's nothing. The city council from Minneapolis said, we'll give time for the legislature to work. Well, here it is. It's today. Let's work. So, Mr. President, I would suggest that you allow the members, that the members choose that they want to take a vote today to put something in the bill to create not standing by a decision of one city to run the whole region. That would be a start. But at least this could be then go forward, and in the wonders of conference committee, the final resolution could be brought forward. But otherwise, Mr. President, if we all vote, well, if some people vote that this should not be considered, we will have done nothing. And when nothing happens later, then I'm going to remind people that we didn't do anything today when there's still ample time. There's only 3 weeks, Mr. President, to spare, and even not that much because there's motions being made, movement being made by Uber to leave. And at some point, it goes past the time to stop. Today is the day. Members, I urge you to vote to, with all respect, Mr. President, you are so often accurate in your rulings, but just this one time, I don't think it's right. Thank you.
Shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate? That is what is before the body. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I'll just give some brief advice as to why I think I take issue with the ruling that you made just a minute ago. We're talking about something that would have a significant impact on the transportation system and infrastructure of the entire state of Minnesota. And given that it's a transportation policy bill, that's the issue I take it. That's the issue at hand with the ruling, and I think it bears repeating or understanding that members, a red vote right now, a red vote supports a solution to the Uber-Lyft issue facing the state of Minnesota, and a green vote supports the Minneapolis City Council's ordinance that was put into place, which are driving these companies and the vital service they provide our most vulnerable populations out of the state. So please bear that in mind as you're about to cast this next vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we take the vote? Seeing none, members, remember the issue before you is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the president's decision, and a red vote does not. Members, please vote. The secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Yes, Mr. President. Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator
Eichhorn.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Lang votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A6th Amendment. The Secretary will report the A6th Amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 23, line 13, strike or. This is the A6 Amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A6th Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment I also tried to offer in committee that got voted down, but I'd like to try again today because I think it's an important amendment. Currently, by law, if you have more than 5 unpaid parking tickets, your car can be towed. What my amendment would do is say that if you have 5 unpaid parking tickets within a year, that you can be towed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble to the A6 Jasinski Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the A6 Amendment, Senator Jasinski. Yes, we had a great debate and conversation. This is on a bill that was brought to us by Senator McEwen, part of an ongoing effort that this legislature has been working on to try to address the collateral consequences and some of the issues that present for people when the sanction that they suffer, the consequence that they suffer, actually moves us away from our shared goal of making sure that people have access to things like transportation so that they can get to jobs and treatment options and all sorts of other things. I think the bill, as Senator McEwen presented to us, made a lot of sense, and it was very, very thoughtful. I respect the perspective of Senator Jasinski and believes that there might be a circumstance in which towing the vehicle is warranted. I think Senator McEwen, however, made a good case that we have a consequence that's completely disproportionate to the nature and the kind of offense, and in fact drives down the ability for us to collect on these parking violations and doesn't really advance any public purpose or public policy goal to create those kinds of sanctions that are totally disproportionate and misaligned with the nature of the violation. Mr. President, I would request a roll call on the A6 and request a no vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussions before we go to the author of the A6 Amendment? Seeing none, the last voice that we'll hear before voting will be that of Senator Jasinski, the author of the A6 Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, so we tried to reach this out in committee, but again, so the way Senator McEwen's bill reads is you can have an unlimited number of unpaid parking. You can have 1,000 unpaid parking tickets and they can't tow your car. Remember, something is wrong with that. By the language Senator McEwen has, there is an unlimited amount of unpaid parking tickets before you can be towed. You cannot be towed with an unpaid parking ticket, no matter how many you have. It's 1,000, whatever. We talk about law and rules being abided by in the state of Minnesota. If you're not going to give any teeth to a law, why do it? And this was a simple language that would give 5 unpaid parking tickets within 1 year that you can tow that vehicle. Please vote green on this vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A6 Jasinski Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Dietzig votes no.
And Senator Dietzig votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A6 Jasinski amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A17.
Senator Lucero offers the A17 amendment. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 22, line 9, reinstate the stricken language. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is along the same topic that Senator Jasinski just attempted to change, but in a different angle. This is to say that if you have 100 unpaid parking tickets, then you can be towed. Mr. President, you heard me. 100. Is that reasonable? Should a person have their vehicle towed after thumbing their nose 100 times? I think, Mr. President, the answer is clearly yes. And I know that we all agree. And because of that, Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call and a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble, for your thinking or thoughts on the A17 amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the thoughtful amendment offered by my esteemed colleague, Senator Lucero, in the A17. Kind of getting back to the arguments that were made to support the idea in the first place. Again, I'm not sure what's happening exactly when someone has. I think we've got a different problem going on when someone racks up 100 parking tickets. Not sure that this is connected to anything that is actually experienced out there in the real world. I also wanted to mention that there are mechanisms to collect on these parking tickets when they're not paid through other means, and that does happen. And like I said before, in the real circumstances, when people are working hard to pay off a number of parking tickets, to tow their vehicle and take them away from their ability to go to their jobs. Remember, a lot of times these are folks who are working service-oriented jobs. They can't get to their job, they lose their job, and then where are we as a community and as a society? So the spirit in which the bill was offered was very serious, and it was about really addressing the challenges that people face in their lives and trying to do well by people and trying to help people do better in their lives. And so I think it's the underlying bill is well advised, and I would ask for a no vote on the A17 and ask us just to reflect on the intent and purpose and the seriousness with which this bill was brought to us in the first place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A17 before we vote? The author of the amendment will be allowed the last voice before we vote. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that's disappointing to hear that there is opposition to a cap of 100. With that, Mr. President, I, as the author of this amendment, would like to make an oral amendment.
Senator Lucero offers an oral amendment. What's the amendment to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 1.5, where it reads 100, I would like to add a 0 and have that read 1,000.
The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A17 amendment as follows. Page 1, line 5, delete 100 and insert 1,000.
Senator Lucero, to your A17 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, if we can't have a cap of 100, certainly somebody who has thumbed their nose and parked illegally 1,000 times should be a reasonable cap. With that, I would encourage a green vote on my oral author's amendment.
Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Was a roll call requested, or that's from the other? Senator Friends. Senator Friends, then I'll go to Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just returned to my previous comments, and we could be here all day. Could talk about 5,000, 10,000, a million tickets. But I just return us to the hearing that we had and the consideration of the matter and the serious and thoughtful proposal that Senator McEwen had in front of us to help people and to do well by people and advance a public purpose and the public's interests to benefit the community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any last comments? Seeing none from Senator Lucero, the Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunich, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 37 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are on the underlying amendments. Senator Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. That's disappointing that we can't have a cap of at least 1,000, but now we're back to 100. So, Mr. President, we have a roll call on the underlying amendment. I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
And just for clarity, there was a roll call requested on the underlying amendment. Any other discussion before we vote? There seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A17 amendment. Senator Kunich, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A17 Lucero amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A14.
Senator Lucero offers the A14 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 8, after line 31, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a disturbing and growing trend in the Governor Walz administration. One recent example that was brought to my attention is occurring in the Department of Transportation. Mr. President, what is this disturbing and growing trend? Discrimination. Discrimination based on protected classes. So the amendment that I'm offering, the A14, is seeking to curtail this disturbing trend. I have a handout that's being distributed right now. It is a screenshot from the Minnesota Department of Transportation website that shows the following. Free training in highway construction trades. One would think, Mr. President, that is a good thing. It certainly is a good thing. But leave it to the Governor Walz administration to turn something good into something bad by exercising discrimination. The website goes on to read, MnDOT and its partners provide free training for adults to help them enter the workforce in highway construction. Again, a very good thing. But then it turns dark. As you can see, Mr. President, to be eligible, participants must identify as BIPOC, a woman, or otherwise disadvantaged. Mr. President, this is in direct conflict to our human rights statutes protecting and prohibiting discrimination against people. I have also in front of me, just as a refresher, Mr. President, Minnesota State Statute 363A. It is the public policy of this state to secure for persons in this state freedom from discrimination in public services because of race, color, national origin, sex, or gender identity. This posting from the Department of Transportation, which seeks to require people to identify as Black, Indigenous, or people of color, is national origin, race, and color. This posting from the Governor Walz administration runs afoul of Minnesota law. Another criteria is a woman. That runs against sex or gender identity in our protected classes human rights statutes. So, Mr. President, let's stand together against discrimination. Let's stand together against Governor Walz exercising discrimination. And let's vote green on this amendment. And for that, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble to the A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero, for bringing this amendment. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this. Members, if a matter is so serious as this that Senator Lucero wants some attention on, can certainly request a hearing. I suspect this is a hearing that would appear in front of either Senator Latz's Judiciary Committee or Senator Dietzig's State Government Committee that has to do with practices and programs of state government and or compliance with our Human Rights Act. And so I would request a no vote on that basis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any other discussion on the A14 amendment before I go to the last, before I go to the author of the amendment? Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, the Department of Agriculture has a problem right now, and they're in a lawsuit for this very same thing. And my question is, how long is this going to continue to go on before these various agencies and departments get in line with what they say they're going to do? And it's time that we, I think that this is a good amendment. I think it needs to be passed. And I think these agencies need to understand that they have to follow the rules and laws just like anybody else does.
Any other discussion on the A14 amendment before I go to the author of the amendment for final comments before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's disappointing to learn that there's an encouragement here to vote red. Voting red against this common sense amendment to prohibit discrimination. As a Hispanic minority myself, I take incredible umbrage with this assertion in this sentence, Participants must identify as BIPOC, a woman, or otherwise disadvantaged. The inference there is that being a minority, being a woman, is somehow a disadvantage. It is not. I'm among the thousands and actually millions of Minnesotans across this state who are tired of identity politics, who are tired of being discriminated against based on race, color, national origin, sex, or any other protected class. It is time to end this now. Vote green on this common sense amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A14 Lucero Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Upke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 29 ayes and 34 noes. The A14 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, if you could do me a favor, and any of the senators from, I don't know, St. Paul look like they're itching to chuck a water bottle in this direction, just yell duck. And with that, I would like to offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend House File number 3436 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 4 after line 21, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested and a roll call has been granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's not too often that in these chambers that we get to make career-defining votes. Too few opportunities come before us to vote on things that will have direct impacts on the lives of Minnesotans. It's not every day that we get to vote on an amendment that will be a career-defining legacy moment. That moment is before us today, Mr. President, with the opportunity to increase the speed limit on a stretch of 35E from 45 to 55 miles per hour. The impact on Minnesotans is direct and tangible, Mr. President. They will be able to spend more time with their family, less time commuting to work. They'll have less speeding tickets, less financial hardships. And not to mention, their mental well-being will be greatly improved from the lack of frustration they feel going, why can I only go 45 miles per hour on this road? And so, members, I urge you to think about your legacy and vote green.
Members, any other discussion on the A7? Senator Pappas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And
I think we all really believe strongly in supporting our local communities and the quality of life of our local communities. And the quality of life of this community, this West 7th Street community, Linwood Hills, that's very close to the Capitol and very close to my heart, is negatively impacted by high speeds on Highway 35. Senator Coleman, here's my water bottle. So members, I think we also don't want to be in court in a lawsuit over this issue. And quite frankly, if I'm to be honest, people drive 55 on 35, even though the speed limit is 45. I think it was over-designed, quite frankly. I'm sorry, Senator Dibble, to MnDOT's lack of credit. However, if we raise the speed limit to 55, people will drive 65, and that's just totally unacceptable. So it's my request as the Capital Investment Chair that you all vote no.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just having a little bit longer of a tenure here than Senator Coleman, and Senator Senjum's not here to say this, so I also want to let people know this is referred to as the Practice Freeway Amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A7 Coleman Amendment before we give her the last word? Seeing none, Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I do believe in this change, even if some members disagree with me, maybe I can make one more appeasement to them. I'm going to be hit with a series of tweets for the rest of the evening by people that don't realize I'm being sarcastic when I say this is the most important thing we're going to do. So you could at least make it worth my while by voting green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 Coleman Amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Dziedzic votes no.
And Senator Dziedzic votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 28 ayes and 36 noes, the A7 Coleman Amendment is not adopted. Members, any other amendments before third reading? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File 3436, a bill for an act relating to transportation, amending various provisions relating to the Department of Transportation, Department of Public Safety, and the Division of Driver and Vehicle Services.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the bill for final comments? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to talk about a provision that is in this bill that would allow public higher education institutions, and specifically Minnesota's community and technical colleges, to offer testing for commercial driver's licenses. In the community that I represent and across the state, there is high demand for drivers with a CDL, both in agriculture, in industry, and commerce. We need more individuals who have the capability to get and obtain a commercial driver's license. And right now, our community and technical colleges are offering courses to hundreds of Minnesotans to give them the training and the skills they need to drive safely on our roads and get goods to where they need to go. And one of the bills that's included in here, I was honored to chief author, which would allow these community and technical colleges, our state community and technical colleges, to offer this testing to their students. And it will help ensure that students are able to get into this in-demand profession, that our economy can get goods to customers and to market, and it will also help our community and technical colleges grow and sustain their CDL programs. And so I appreciate the bipartisan work on this bill. I appreciate Chair Dibble including it, and I look forward to this provision being signed into law this session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise to speak in favor of a provision in this bill. I want to thank Senator Dibble for including the change to the number of hours required for Minnesota seniors who want to take that safe driving course and earn that 10% discount on their auto insurance. We've tried for a number of years to remove the 8-hour requirement for the initial testing and the initial education, and replace that with the 4-hour requirement, and that would be required every 3 years to maintain that discount. But again, it changes that to 4 hours instead of 8. This is important, members, because we know how important it is for those safe driving courses, particularly as Minnesotans age. And what we were finding is that less and less Minnesotans were willing to sit for 8 hours for that initial course. In fact, I heard this week from a constituent who was sitting through one of those courses who got back home and texted me that, well, even the director, even the instructor of the course said, we really don't have enough information here for 8 hours, but we just need to sit here. So what we have in the bill before us, in Senator Dibble's bill, is changing that to 4 hours of requirement for seniors to get that senior safe driving discount on their auto insurance. We believe that it will encourage more seniors to take these safe driving courses, and the independent study showed that there was no difference between 4 hours of instruction and 8. So on behalf of Minnesota seniors, we thank Senator Dibble for including this in the transportation bill.
Members, before I go to Senator Jasinski and then Senator Dibble, I want to make sure there's no one else who wishes to speak on House File 3436 before we go to the roll call. Anyone else? So it will be Senator Jasinski followed by Senator Dibble, and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I just want to stand in support of House File 3436, and I want to once again thank Senator Dibble and Senator Morrison, who is the co-chair, or vice chair, I should say, for allowing Republican bills. And it's been frustrating over the last year and a half. Many committees, we don't hear any Republican bills. And in this bill, maybe Senator Dibble will go over the numbers, but I believe there are some agency bills in there. But other than that, there was probably 7 Democrat bills and 7 Republican bills put into this bill. Maybe my numbers are off a little bit. Senator Dibble can comment on that. But this is a bill that sows compromise. Not everything I'm crazy about, but there's a lot of good things in this bill. So there are some, as I said, some things I'm not crazy about, but I am going to vote in favor of it in the spirit of compromise. But I also want to thank our staff. I know Senator Dibble may do this as well. But Mr. Greenfield, Ms. Boyd, Mr. Lanetti, my LA, Mr. Frazier, our researcher, Ms. Ethier, Beth, and Mr. Pascal have been great to work with. We have a good committee. It's one I look forward going to every day because we do work together. And so with that, please vote green. I support the bill.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I would encourage a green vote for House File 3436. It is a package of a lot of really great ideas that have been brought forward by many of you, many members of the committee, and I think it's worthy of support, and it shows, of course, that this body is extremely well connected to the communities that we represent, the stakeholders that we interact with. A lot of the good ideas were brought to us, a lot of the good ideas were generated by ourselves, and we have a great committee, and we really do work hard, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, no doubt, everyone on my committee, on our committee, really brings their best selves to this work, and we have fantastic debates, and we have a lot of give and take and a lot of amendments, and a lot of amendments are accepted, and I think the product in the end has improved a great deal. And so I'm very, very grateful for that. And yes, Senator Jasinski, let me also echo your thanks to yourself and all the good work you do, and our relationship for which I am very, very grateful, our friendship for which I'm very grateful, as well as our committee members, Senators Coleman, Lang, and Howe, my vice chair, Senator Morrison, Senator Herr, Senator Bolden, who's new to the committee. Hopefully she had a blast and really enjoyed being on the Transportation Committee, Senator Carlson, Senator McEwen, and my committee administrator, Beth Ethier, my legislative assistant, Alex Will. They work extremely hard. My partisan researcher, Nate Pasco, as well as your researcher, Senator Jasinski. Dave Frazier does excellent work, as well as Dom Lanetti, Krista Boyd, and Tim Griefield on our nonpartisan staff work extremely hard. This is really their bill. They write all of it. And of course, our pages, Kylan Johnson, Will Olson work very, very hard for us. Once in a while, Jack Standish shows up and helps us with our technology issues. So it's really a team effort. So thank you, Mr. President, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you very much.
The Secretary will take roll for the final passage as amended of House File 3436. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dziedzic votes aye.
Senator Dziedzic votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Frentz votes aye.
And Senator Frentz votes aye. Senator Frentz already voted, Senator Kunesh. Were you standing for another reason? Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss you. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 65 ayes and 0 nays. House File 3436 passes and is title agreed to. Members, consistent with our special orders today, we're going to House File 3589. Senator Kroon to discuss the jurisdiction for judicial proceedings relating to trust provisions. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for this opportunity to present House File 3589. This bill amends how a court obtains jurisdiction under the Minnesota Trust Code. For over 100 years, Mr. President, courts have applied what we call in rem jurisdiction over trusts, and that's just a Latin term for meaning against the thing. That's how trust practitioners have obtained jurisdiction for over 100 years in trust-related matters. The process was publish the trust for a week in the legal newspaper and mail serve all known people that have an interest in the trust. Mr. President, in 2015, the Bar Association lobbied the legislature to add an in personam jurisdiction provision in the Minnesota Trust Code as an additional option. And in personam jurisdiction just means personal jurisdiction, where you would serve the papers similar as a civil lawsuit to the person personally. And that's how trust practitioners have practiced since 2016 when that law went into effect until 2023 when the Court of Appeals in a case called Swanson versus Wolf interpreted the new in personam jurisdiction option in the trust code as supplanting the traditional in rem option. Mr. President, that was a case about trustee removal, but it caused confusion among trust lawyers that it could be interpreted more broadly to apply to other provisions in the trust code. And so there's a lot of confusion, Mr. President, on how to obtain jurisdiction right now, and some practitioners are obtaining jurisdictions by both means, by both in personam jurisdiction and in rem jurisdiction, which just adds to the cost. So this bill just simply clarifies that in rem jurisdiction is still allowed in addition to in personam jurisdiction. And Mr. President, this will save parties a lot of time and expense, and I encourage a green vote and stand for questions.
Members, any other discussion on House File 3589? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the law lesson. Would Senator Kroon yield for a question?
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Abler.
So, Mr. President, Senator Kroon, if we don't pass this, what bad things are going to happen to somebody?
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler, for the question. The bad things that'll happen is uncertainty in the law in and of itself is a really bad thing. And the confusion is causing trust lawyers to operate in a way that adds more expenses that ultimately get paid by their clients. And they're just regular people who are either, trying to do something with a trust or get a question interpreted in a trust or trying to remove a trustee. There's a variety. I think there's 24 reasons that you can bring an action under the Minnesota Trust Code, and it just it affects regular folks, adds to the cost, and also if a trust lawyer isn't doing it both ways, they could get snagged in a situation where they start a lawsuit or a trust proceeding, and they choose the wrong jurisdictional method, and then that's challenged. The Court of Appeals could say, no, you didn't get trust. They'd have to start over, adding more expenses, unnecessary expenses that regular people, their clients, would have to pay. So hope that answers your question.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and so I'm happy that we can, in this vote, instill certainty and help regular folks and reduce costs. Thank you.
Any other discussion on House File 3589? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 3589 its third reading.
House File Number 3589, a bill for an act relating to trusts, clarifying interim jurisdiction for judicial proceedings.
Third reading. Any other discussion before final passage of House File 3589? Any last comments to the author of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to quick thank my co-author, Senator Latz, Brian Lake from the Bar Association, and John Worrell, who is a trust attorney from South St. Paul who gave very competent testimony in the Judiciary Committee. And so I'd like to urge everybody to vote green. Think of the trust lawyers.
With that being said, the Secretary will give House File 3589, roll call has, the final bill, final passage of House File 3589. The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
And Senator Draheim votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are now going to Senate File number 4579, Senator Dibble for the single metered utility service in residential buildings regulation. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, for the opportunity to present Senate File 4579. Mr. President, I'd also like to thank my co-authors, Senators Pappas, Mitchell, Umu, Verbatim, and Westland. Very quickly, Mr. President, members, I'm going to give a very high-level overview. It's a very detailed bill with a lot of pages, but the focus of the bill, members, is to address the circumstance that those who live in apartment buildings, for the most part, who don't pay their utilities directly, who are not customers of utility companies, do not have all of the protections available under statute, rule, and tariff, ordinance, bylaw, or long-standing utility doctrine. Those types of protections and benefits, et cetera, that they would have available under the Public Utilities Commission include things like a complaint dispute process, payment agreement, medical emergency provisions, warm and cold weather considerations, budget billing, relying on rates that are reasonable and fair, billing periods, billing fee regulation, disclosure on bills, accurate payments, error remedies, et cetera. You get the idea. And so, Mr. President, what this would do is to ensure that for some utilities, in fact, tenants are, if they're not paying their utility through their rent itself, can be directly metered in the case of the electrical service, or be directly metered or sub-metered if it's gas or water, or if it's gas or water, have those apportioned, however, allowing for that apportionment of the bill that they pay be done under a formula that is fair and is predictable and the like. It goes on to deal with the circumstances when a landlord does not pay their bill and really sets forth the procedures and the protocols and the due process provisions. And conversely, when a tenant does not pay their utility bill, they're not subject necessarily to eviction on that basis, but they are subject to a process for collecting those funds in arrears, but also, again, the ability to go into a budget payment program to pay off their bill, et cetera. So that is very broad brushstroke, Madam President, is Senate File 4579. And I would like to offer an amendment, the A7 amendment, Madam President.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File 4579 as follows. Page 5, line 31, delete N and insert A. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request support for the A7. It is literally technical and grammatical in nature and is no substantive change to the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion of the A7 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion of Senate File 4579. Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 4579 its third reading.
Senate File number 4579, a bill for an act relating to energy, providing for and regulating shared metered utility service in residential buildings.
Further discussion. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to conclude, if there are no questions or amendments, conclude by saying this is the product of a tremendous amount of negotiation, primarily led by Legal Aid, the Minnesota Multi-Housing Association, as well as Agility, one of the third billing providers, have been very, very involved. A number of other stakeholders, including the PUC, so I'm very grateful to them. And I have to say Ben Stanley and others in council have been tremendous in working through many, many, many different iterations. This is genuinely the product of a lot of negotiation, a lot of compromise, and people's lives will be greatly improved upon passage of this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 4579. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 44.7. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draham votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
1 second, Madam President. One more. Thank you, Madam President. Senator Draheim changes his vote to no.
Senator Draheim changes his vote from aye to nay.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
I believe that's all my votes. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Just close the roll. Yes, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 44 ayes and 19 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Okay, so now remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to take up the confirmation calendar.
On the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Senator Latz.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now consent to and confirm the appointments of the notaries public as reported in the Senate Journal for April 2nd, 2024.
Is there a discussion on the motion? Senator Lance, there is a prior motion that needs to be made. You need to take these appointments from the table.
Madam President, I move that we take these appointments from the table.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. Now, Senator Latz, if you would make your motion again.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now consent to and confirm the appointments of the notaries public as reported in the Senate Journal for April 2, 2024.
Is there a discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevailed and the appointments are confirmed. Do we read all this? Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the report from the Committee on Jobs and Economic Development, reported March 7, 2024, pertaining to appointments, be taken from the table.
On that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Senator Champion.
Madam President, I also move that the foregoing reports be now adopted.
On that motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Senator Champion.
Madam President, I move that in accordance with the report from the Committee on Jobs and Economic Development, reported March 7, 2024, the Senate, having given its advice, do now consent to and confirm the appointment of the Department of the Department of Employment and Economic Development Commissioner, Matt Verlick. Madam President, I'd like to just give a couple words about the commissioner. I think it's always important to mention that when this commissioner was first introduced to us as commissioner, here's what was said about him. From strengthening the economy and communities of greater Minnesota to advocating for small businesses on the federal level, Matt Verlick brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to his new role, driving our state economy forward. What I also think is significant, even before I talk a little about him, is that he has received letters of support from representatives from Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe to Greater Minnesota Partnership to Lyona, Minnesota and North Dakota, the Neighborhood Development Center, and from former colleagues at the Minnesota Initiative Foundation. There was also a letter that was going to be put on your desk today, even from Lyona, just a number or cross-section of individuals supporting this commissioner. Members, here's a little background about him, that he was appointed in June of 2023. He is a Minnesotan by choice. Having now lived in the state for over a decade, he grew up in two small towns in southeast South Dakota, attended and graduated from Carleton College in Northfield. We know the famous home of cows, colleges, and contentment. He comes from a lower income background, but with the help of a scholarship from the Rotary International, he pursued a master's degree in economic development from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, at what is now the Adam Smith Business School. And then later, a scholarship from the Gates Foundation enabled him to do an additional degree in environment and development that enabled him to do an additional degree from the University of Cambridge. Before joining DEED, he served for 6.5 years as president of the Initiatives Foundation based in Little Falls, which supports economic and community development in 14 counties and 2 sovereign tribal nations of central Minnesota. His time in Little Falls gave him a familiarity with DEED from the perspective of a grantee, and he brings that perspective to his work as commissioners. Before the Initiative Foundation, it is important for you to know that he also served in a role at the U.S. Small Business Administration, first as its regional administrator based in Denver, and later as the agency's chief operating officer based at the headquarters in Washington, D.C. His family continues to live near St. Cloud, and he and his wife are the proud parents of 3 children, namely a 9th grader, a 7th grader, and a 3rd grader, all in the Sauk Rapids Rice District. Needless to say, he's also very busy when he's at home. In his first months, I think it's also a true sentiment as to who he is and a true testament to his work. He started off in his first 8 months, he started getting up to speed through meetings with all kinds of experts with a great emphasis on community partners all over the state. He visited around 36 Minnesota communities, visiting businesses, chambers, workforce development partners, tribal leaders, and others. And that included places like in Stillwater, Mankato, Rochester, Prior Lake, the St. Cloud area, and of course, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and several other metro communities. In those visits, he's heard a lot of continued desire for accessibility, collaboration, and communication about the resources and programs that DEED offers. So he is really interested, and it's demonstrated that he's interested in making sure that all across our great state, small businesses and our labor force is the best that it can be. Members, I just want you to know that when his confirmation here was held in our Senate Jobs Committee, we did not hear any other questions about his confirmation. The committee voted to recommend his confirmation by a voice vote without vocal opposition. That is the sort of commissioner that he is, and I would hope that you would join me today in confirming Commissioner Verlick. Thank you, members, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any discussion on the champion motion? Excuse me. Seeing none, Senator Champion renews his motion that in accordance with the report from the Committee on Jobs and Economic Development reported March 7th, 2024, the Senate, having given its advice, do now consent and confirm the appointment of Department of Employee and Economic Development Commissioner Matt Verlick. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the appointment is confirmed. We're now on the 13th order of business. Announcements of Senate interest. We'll start over here. Anyone? Anyone else? Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Senator Housley, all day. Senator Jasinski, 1:15 to 1:40 p.m. and 2:30 to 2:50 p.m. Senator Pratt from 1:30 to 3:35 p.m. Senator Lucero from 1:50 to 2 p.m. Senator Lesky from 3:05 p.m. until the end. Senator Rarick from 3:45 to 4:15. Senator Pratt again from 4:35 to the end. Senator Farnsworth 4:35 to the end. Other announcements of Senate interest. Senator Fate.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Higher Education will be meeting immediately after adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Herb.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Environment, Climate, and Legacy will meet shortly after the session. Let's put it at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Monday, April 15th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails and the Senate is adjourned until whenever. What is it? Until Monday, April 15th, 2024 at 11 a.m.